This is Libby Road and the Sound Epistemology Podcast. On this episode of the podcast, we're going to be listening in to a Clubhouse room recorded on August 14th, 2021. Mark Solomon joined us as our special guest in this room. Mark is a fellow street epistemologist coming out of North Carolina. Also runs a podcast and YouTube channel called Being Reasonable. I'll put his information in the description. It's another long yet meaningful podcast, so let's get right into it.
Okay. This is the Atheism Club. Welcome, everyone. We have just a couple of very basic rules. Just keep it legal. Don't do anything that will get you or anyone else in trouble. We also embrace silence. So if somebody stops speaking and nobody responds, it's no reason to feel awkward. No need to feel the silence. Those are the two basic things that we go by in this club. We're trying to make this a very inclusive club so that people don't feel threatened or attacked. So we welcome people from all faiths and all belief systems. We try to be as cordial and welcoming to people. This is why these rooms that we're running on Saturdays, thanks to David's hard work, are so important to us. So we're having a street epistemology session each Saturday, we have different guests. I just can't thank David enough because he's doing a great job with this. It's bringing a lot of value to our club. We're also promoting science. So I'm not a scientist, but I do love scientific knowledge. So I run some rooms where we do. It's a bit of a research thing. So we just get together, read papers, or study, watch videos. Even Wikipedia, whatever sources we can to understand different scientific topics. So if anyone's interested, just send me a DM and we can do a room on science. If you're an expert, even better. And then I think that's it for our club. I'm gonna now introduce our club, our speakers today. So our host, David Venegas, he's a musician, an outdoor adventurer, and a student of street epistemology. He's interested in having productive conversations, and he also runs the Sound Epistemology group, Facebook group, and the Chapman Bay YouTube channel. So just follow him and look him up on social media. Early Delorbe, he's a regular here at the Atheism Club. He helps me run rooms. You can also message him if you want to start a room. He has admin privileges. He's currently works for a computer software company as a workflow developer. He helps organizations solve and automate a variety of business processes. He was raised a Seventh-day Adventist until his early 20s when he started to read and understand science and epistemology, which led him back to the default position of agnostic atheist. His passions include, but not limited to, coding, hobby electronics, photography, running, and the outdoors. Our special guest of today is Mark Solomon. His original training is that of a clinical neuropsychologist. Worked with patients with brain injuries in a hospital for 11 years and then left to pursue other interests. But he still kept his license. He initially came across Reed Nicewander and Anthony Magnabosco's Street Epistemology videos on YouTube in 2019, and immediately recognized the value of what they are doing, due in part to some obvious similarities to cognitive behavioral therapy. Without reading much about it, he just used their videos at first as a guide, and within a few weeks, he had created a podcast called Being Reasonable, which is also a YouTube channel, and he began inviting guests to discuss a deeply held belief at a time. So yeah, we were listening to some of his videos this morning in the club, so we got familiarized with him, and yeah, I'll hand it over to David. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Alfonso. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to Early to go over the structure and the format of the room.
Yes, so my name is Early. I am taking over Rupert's role that's normally on stage, facilitating the room. I'm just gonna go over how we're gonna run the room today. Yeah, so I'll be helping facilitate after David and Mark share their thoughts. We'll have questions from the folks currently on stage. Then I will be bringing people from the audience with raised hands onto the stage one at a time to ask questions or offer a comment. When your question has been satisfactorily addressed, we ask that you put yourself back into the audience to allow the next person in line to ask their question. So it's we're doing just one at a time in the beginning. If you need assistance, just let us know in how to put yourself back into the audience. Additionally, I will be managing your messages through the back channel feature, which is available for you to ask questions without having to come on stage. If you need assistance at all, please contact me through the back channel feature. After the Q&A, we will open up the stage for everyone for an open discussion. And I just wanted to remind everyone also that this room is being recorded. Go ahead, David.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Early and Alfonso and Mark, for being here. Thanks, Alfonso, for creating the room and having us back. I've really enjoyed having these discussions. And Early in particular, thanks so much for being here, stepping in helping facilitate this room. That role is so instrumental in having the room run smoothly. So I really appreciate you guys being here. And Mark, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really love the variety of the people that you talk to. Um, you know, you have Christians, shamans, doctors, relativists, Reiki therapists, Bigfoot believers, tarot card readers, business
Right.
leaders, all kinds of people that you have on your podcast and your YouTube channel. I recommend everybody find Mark online, follow him, do all the things. He was a big influence on my understanding of what street epistemology is, which I'm going to give a quick overview of my understanding of what street epistemology is. Then I'll ask Mark to take the stage and share his thoughts. So, like Alfonso said, my name is David. I live in Olympia, Washington, near the southern shores of the Puget Sound, the body of water near Seattle, which is how I came up with the name Sound Epistemology. And you'll notice on my profile photo a ferry boat on that body of water. And that's what I'm interested. A ferry boat is a method someone uses to arrive at a destination. Much like epistemology is the method somebody uses to arrive at a belief or a conclusion. I'm interested in the solidity of your ferry boat, and more importantly, how you concluded that your ferry boat or your epistemology is reliable. This is where street epistemology comes in. Street epistemology is a compassionate conversation tool that creates a space for us to explore the sufficiency of the reasons and the reliability of the methods our conversation partner uses to support a high level of confidence that a belief they hold is likely true. We do this by asking questions that focus on the actual reason that that holds the most weight and gives them the opportunity to align their confidence in the belief with the soundness of the reasons and methods that they're using. You can view it as less of a debate and more of an inquiry. So instead of giving facts about why you think they're wrong, which seems to be rarely effective, street epistemology explores why they think they are right. And important aspects of street epistemology are active listening, mirroring, modeling, steel manning, sincerity, honesty, clarity, being charitable, all while encouraging your conversation partner to take a deeper look at their view and what causes them to be confident in it. So at the end of the day, or at the end of a street epistemology conversation, ideally, both parties will have a better understanding of the claim, the terms being used, the main reason for believing the claim is likely true, and if that level of confidence is justified. So we're not necessarily investigating the truth of the claim. It's important to understand your goal before the conversation even begins, and to be clear about the interlocutor's relationship with reality and truth. Uh, there are many examples of these types of conversations online, including Mark's podcast and YouTube channel. And I'm available to have one-on-one chats with you if you're interested. Ideally, I'd like to record it and upload it so we have more examples of productive street epistemology conversations with which people can learn. You can contact me here or any of the platforms you'll find in my bio. We can examine a claim you have or just talk about street epistemology. Um, my goal is to expose street epistemology to as many people as possible and to make it more mainstream. So I want to check in with Mark um, to see if you disagree with any of that. Let me know. I want to make sure that I represent SE in the best way possible, or if you want to add anything to that to make that a better understanding. I'm here to learn, so please share with us your thoughts about that. And welcome.
Well, thank you, David. Thanks everybody for coming and listening to me, and I just love these kind of conversations. Have these two-way conversations, especially when it comes to street epistemology. David, I think you did awesome describing what street epistemology is. I haven't really seen one pat definition, and I think I really like your definition, and it really encompasses everything there is about street epistemology. And what I love about street epistemology, it's rather than requiring people to give reasons you might find convincing or telling you what you find most compelling, it's about exploring what your conversation partner convinces them. And this mindset it's crucial. And I think if we really want beliefs to change, if they need to change, then I am more confident about this manner of conversation working. I don't know how many of you I'm sure this has happened to a lot of people, especially maybe even more so in this group, that you're sitting around the Thanksgiving dinner table and it's you and your Uncle Jacob or whoever it is, and he starts in on his political beliefs or his religious beliefs or who knows what. And you find that, trying to persuade him or him trying to persuade you, you're not really getting anywhere. That there's no movement. And oftentimes when I've had those kind of conversations, back in the past, that the opposite would have happened. That not only would I not convince someone of what I think happens to be true, that there's the backfire effect where after the conversation, that person seems to be more rigid in their views, and I might be more rigid in my view. And that's, seems to be the opposite of what we want to happen. And with street epistemology, this is a technique where it's a collaboration, where we can go on this journey together and discuss the reliability of the methods of you have used to come to your conclusion about your belief. And I would like to ask you about those. I'd like to ask you about the reliability of those methods that you use. And for those of you who have heard my podcast and my YouTube channel, I do appreciate it. But one thing you might not know is that before I actually have a conversation with somebody, I have a paragraph that I read to myself, because I try to put myself in the right mindset so I can hear a true belief if I'm hearing a true belief. If I go into a conversation and I'm not open to hearing a true belief, and I immediately think that this belief is a crazy belief, well, then I'm not really doing my job. I'm not opening to understanding their belief and understanding the methods that they've used to get to their belief. So before I talk to anyone, I say to myself, I work towards mutual agreement about the reliability of different ways of assessing whether or not a belief is true or likely to be true. I acknowledge that my guest's position may be correct. I am willing to revise my beliefs if they are incorrect. Ideally, it will become increasingly clear to me and my guest whether certain methods can be relied upon to lead one to the truth. I value truth and desire to use methods that are less likely to produce false beliefs. I tell myself that, and then I go into the conversation, and I really try to be a blank slate as much as I can be a blank slate in these kind of scenarios. And we start from just the beginning, and they lead me through their belief, and I ask them questions about their belief. And hopefully by the end of the conversation, we're in a much better position to make a determination of how reliable that belief is given the information they've given. So yeah, I don't know if that, hopefully that answers David's initial question, but I think, thank you, David, for that was a great explanation of what street epistemology is, I think.
Awesome. Thanks again for being here and sharing that paragraph. I need to get a copy of that.
Yeah, anyone can have a copy.
Yeah.
It's just something I use for myself.
Yeah, awesome. Tell us about your platforms, your podcast, and your YouTube channel.
Yeah, so I, as you stated in my bio, I'm trained as a neuropsychologist, and I've done, worked with people with brain injuries, but I've also done clinical psychology and cognitive behavioral therapy and bread and butter stuff. And I think I was, personally speaking, I was maybe, as some of you are here in this room, I was kind of bummed after the 2016 election, and I was feeling kind of hopeless about it. Like I couldn't really do anything, and I couldn't really, I just felt like I couldn't do anything that was productive to change the situation. And as things, progressed those 4 years, and I was searching stuff on YouTube, and I don't remember what, but I initially came across Reed Nicewonder's video, even before I came across Anthony's videos. And Reed Nicewonder has an awesome YouTube channel called Cordial Curiosity. And he was talking to people in a way that I heard, it was a random video that I saw of his, and it just immediately made sense to me that the way he was conducting his conversations, the way he was asking people the pertinent questions, I just knew that this was the way to go. He wasn't asking people about their beliefs per se. The belief was sort of irrelevant. What he was asking about is how the methods they use to form their beliefs. And if you think about it, that really makes a lot of sense, because if you have a crap way of forming beliefs, and even if you change your stance on whatever that belief is, well, you still have a crap way of forming beliefs. And really, we should be talking about that. We should be talking about how you form your beliefs that you form, because I think this would resonate with people that typically when someone has a really odd or unusual or just, seems to be a blatantly false belief, it's usually not the only one they have. It doesn't occur in a vacuum. That whatever method they use to form that belief, they've used that method to form a bunch of beliefs. And for example, if we're talking about vaccines, and regardless if you're pro-vaccine or if you're anti-vaccine, there are different ways to form that information to get to a belief. And there's better ways and there's worse ways to get to a good belief about that. You can look at scientific literature. You can listen to what your next door neighbor has to say about it. And your next door neighbor may be a physician, or your next door neighbor may be just your next door neighbor who works at the store down the street. And that's maybe how you form your opinions or your information, or you listen to your pastor, or or you listen to yourself. There's many ways to form beliefs, and there's better ways and there's worse ways, and in some of those ways will change depending on what the belief is and what the claim is. And so I think that's when I was listening to Reed's video. I was looking at Reed's videos, and it was kind of apparent that regardless of the belief he was talking about, it was really it was never really about the belief. It was just the epistemology, how you form beliefs and how you know what you know. And that was really resonated with me. And then I practiced cognitive behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral psychology for many years. I wasn't practicing at the time, and I'm really not practicing now. But part of cognitive behavioral therapy is really trying to look at yourself in a realistic reality sort of way. That we all have these cognitive distortions, and we have these kind of lenses that we put on how we see ourselves. And these lenses that we wear, and they can be these lenses form from how we were raised and our genetics or who knows what. But regardless, these lenses can become kind of warped in how we see ourselves, and it can cause us to form untrue beliefs about ourselves. In cognitive behavioral therapy, part of what it does is it kind of reality tests those beliefs to find out what is true and what is not true. Because if you're walking around with intense false beliefs about yourself, well, that can be really maladaptive for you. And a false belief about yourself can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. It can cause more false beliefs about yourself. And so that's part of how cognitive behavioral, not all, but that's part of how cognitive behavioral therapy works. So when I saw Reed's videos, it was just an epiphany, like, yeah, this is how we should be tackling beliefs that need to be addressed, beliefs that are can cause damage, not by tackling the belief itself per se, but really trying to understand how people form beliefs, and see if we can't find collaboratively a better way to form a belief on this, or any belief, if we need to do that. And so that's where I came from. And then really within a few weeks of seeing Reed's videos, and then I saw Anthony's videos, I started Being Reasonable podcast. The first episodes aren't very good, because I probably should have read more of Peter Boghossian's readings and things like that before I started doing all that. But I was just really intent on just starting something like that, because I thought it was really important. And then since then, I've become better at it, and I've been doing it since 2019, and much more recently, I have a YouTube channel that I'm trying to get some better and better videos out there. And I don't make a penny from doing this. I do this because I really think that it's important to do. That we all could learn a little bit of street epistemology, and if we all kind of learn this technique, then we could all have better conversations with each other. And if we can all have better conversations with each other, maybe we can kind of get to what is quote unquote true better. And if we can do that, then maybe we won't be so polarized, and maybe we won't be so dogmatic, and maybe we won't be so tribal. And, part of that is kind of pie in the sky thinking, but I don't know what other thing we can do, really, because persuading someone or shaming someone that their belief is incorrect, if it's incorrect, it's pretty clear that that doesn't work. So we kind of need to stop thinking about it in terms of that way and really start thinking about it in a different way. And it is, my opinion that this is the way forward.
You were on mute the whole time. No, I'm just kidding.
Ugh, good God.
Yeah, I love studying religions, and maybe a little over a year ago or so, I was looking for a specific video that I had seen in the past about these people on the street in Germany walking around with with a a Bible that had the cover of the Quran or something like that. And they were asking people if the verses in this book, if how much they agreed with it. And of course, most of the people said that they didn't, under the guise of it being the Quran. But
Right.
at the end of the conversation, the people on the street that are doing this revealed to them that it was actually not the Quran, but the Christian Bible. So I was looking for that specific video. And so, of course, I was putting in, people on the street and religion and all that stuff. And I ran across one of Anthony Magnabosco's videos. It was the one that he was having a chat with what it seemed like one of the staff members there at the college or at the university. And so, what struck me too was that Anthony looked so much like one of the guitar players that I play music with, and it, I was like, this is different. This is way different than anything I've ever seen people do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it resonated with me so much because it was almost like finally there's language to put what I've always wanted to ask, but never really had a good way of doing it. Um, and so, of course, YouTube will recommend other videos like that one. And so I saw one of Reed Nicewonder's videos on cordial curiosity, and I was like, well, wait a second. This guy, this guy is totally ripping off my guitar player. He's asking the same questions, and so I quickly realized that, they had the same goal. So that opened the door up for me in street epistemology. But of course, it doesn't have to be in a religious context. It can be just about any claim. And
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, Mark, what's the most challenging thing about street epistemology for you, do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question, and even to back up a bit, um, I haven't seen that video about the Quran and the Bible with the different covers on the books, and sounds really interesting to me, and that's a really cool idea in the sense that when we're talking about street epistemology and how you know what you know, that if you can use the exact same manner, the exact same reasons to get to Christianity as you can get to Islam, the same methods, and you can't distinguish between which is correct, then that's that's an important thing to help show somebody. And so that does resonate. I think probably the most difficult part of me when I'm doing street epistemology, performing or conducting street epistemology, is a few things. One is and sometimes I do better than others, honestly. I'd really try to keep my emotions out of it. And, we're all human in that sense, that the conversations do go a lot better. They really, really do, if you can be as dispassionate as you can about it. And sometimes that's not so easy, depending on the claim. And I really try to do that. And I think I'm getting much better at that, because if it is a collaborative relationship and we want to establish rapport, or we want trust in the relationship in this conversation, having the conversation on a higher, more of an emotional plane really isn't helpful to anyone. It works against what you're trying to do. And that's also one of the things when I was looking at Reed's videos, that I think he's a low key person, just generally speaking, but when he does this, when he does street epistemology on his YouTube channel, his affect is at pretty much the same level, no matter what you're talking about, and he doesn't get rattled. And it seems to me that when I try to model, on my good days, when I'm trying to model how I act behaviorally with my interlocutor, that's what I try to do. And that is probably what the most difficult part about it, I'm thinking, for me. How about you, David? What's the most difficult part for you?
I would probably say just getting over the objective reality, objective truth hurdle
Sure.
at first. It's really hard to even dive in to whether a belief is likely true if we're not really clear on how the conversation partner sees reality or truth. So
yeah, maybe explain more what you mean by that. I think you're on the right track. That's definitely a hurdle too, about relative truth versus objective truth.
yeah, well, I think the easiest way, for the most concise way for me to maybe state this is, if truth is relative, why ask any questions?
Yeah. Right.
Um,
Yeah. I think yeah, go on.
that's about it. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the question I that comes up, in that situation. How are we to go about resolving disputes if there is no objective truth? Now, I'm not claiming that we have access to objective truth or ultimate reality, but I think that there are some methods that are better than others that get us closer to what that is.
That's well said, David. I think that is definitely another hurdle that I've come across many times. And if you watch my YouTube channel or listen to my podcast, sometimes we get stuck on that question. Is truth relative or is it objective? And sometimes we get stuck in the first 5 minutes of whatever their belief claim is.
Yeah.
And that's it. We're stuck. And I try my best to move forward, and I'm really trying to get past it so we can kind of move on to, more other issues about the claim. But I can't, because we're stuck on how we're seeing truth. And if we're seeing truth differently, then if you think about it, really anything you just talk about after that is kind of irrelevant. And what street epistemologists do is, well, they do different things, but sometimes they use what's called like a tic-tac test, where they'll happen to have a box of Tic Tacs on them, and because if it seems like that your interlocutor is seeing truth in a subjective way, one way to kind of really get at that quickly is say, I have a box of Tic Tacs. You show them the Tic Tacs. Now, there's either an even or odd number of Tic Tacs in this box. I don't know what the truth is. I presume you don't know what the truth is. But could we say that there is some objective truth that we could agree on, whether there's an even or odd number of Tic Tacs in that box? Well, the answers about that can be truly all over the place. You know, some people will say, well, yes, there's an objective truth that we might not know whether there's an even or odd number of Tic Tacs, but it could be said that, if we counted them, we could find that objective truth. And some people might say, well, there isn't either an even or odd number of Tic Tacs until we count them, and then we know the truth. And some people might say, well, I live in a reality where there could be an even number of Tic Tacs for me and an odd number of Tic Tacs for you, regardless of whether we count them. And keep in mind, we're just talking about Tic Tacs. And so if we can't really be on the same page when we're talking about Tic Tacs, about whether there's an objective reality about how many Tic Tacs are in the box, then what's the point of talking about some like a convoluted abstract belief of theirs? Because we can't even talk about this really concrete issue in a cogent way with each other. And so talking about beliefs, their belief at that point, eventually, even if we do skip the Tic Tacs and talk about their beliefs, we're going to arrive at the same problem eventually. So we might as well kind of get this problem solved out of the way first if we can.
Is there any claim you won't examine?
No, there's no claim that I wouldn't examine. I think just because of not who I am, how I identify now, but how I grew up. I think if someone sitting in my chair was a right-wing Nazi sort, I think I'd be very uncomfortable, and I probably wouldn't be doing very good SE. So I probably would shy away from, any kind of like situation where I'm sitting and I think that my safety could be compromised or anything like that. But other than that, I don't see that, because I really try to, as most street epistemologists, they try to divorce the belief from the person. And so we're really talking about the belief. We're not talking about that person. We're talking about what the belief claim is, and how they know what they know.
Got it. I think right now we're going to do a room reset. I'll probably have early. We've had a lot of people join the room since we went over the format and the way the room is going to be working today. So early, would you mind restating that so everybody's on the same page? And I was checking to see if the hand raising is on.
It is actually off right now. Yeah, it is turned off right now. So I don't know, let me know if you want to turn that on or not. But yeah, so my name is Early. I am helping to facilitate the room today on behalf of Rupert, which is normally on here, but he's doing some travels right now. Yeah, so let me just go over the structure of the room. After Mark and David share their thoughts, kind of like an introduction and talking about what street epistemology is, we'll have questions from the folks currently on stage. Then we'll be bringing people from the audience with raised hands onto the stage one at a time to ask questions or offer a comment on street epistemology. Once you're on stage and your question has been answered,
and addressed, we ask that you put yourself back into the audience to allow the next person in line to ask their question. If you need any assistance with this, let me know and we'll help you put yourself back into the audience. Additionally, I will be managing your messages through the back channel feature. So if you have any questions that you want to ask, but you don't necessarily want to come on stage, you can send me a back channel message and I'll ask the question on your behalf. So after the Q&A, we'll open up the stage for everyone for an open discussion. And I also want to remind everyone that this is also being recorded at this time.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I've got tons of more questions for Mark, but I don't want to hog the stage right now. If you, Early, or Alfonso have any questions for Mark, go ahead and shoot. Otherwise, I have a few more.
And I'm excited about this. If you have happened to listen to my Being Reasonable shows, because I don't usually get to talk to people who have, and I'm really wanting to know. I don't really get much feedback, and positive or negative either. I'm a big boy and I can handle it. So I just wanted to, I'd like to hear that too. And maybe later on, I think we discussed, I could give you an example of how street epistemology works. If someone wants to give a sample claim from the audience, it can be a real claim. It can be completely a fake, made up claim that they just want to use. So we can just, as an example, but I'm happy to do that too. And and then I'm very curious what you guys think about street epistemology and how you see street epistemology in terms of your thoughts about atheism. So all that would seem interesting to talk about.
For sure, yeah. So, Mark, so I do have a question. I haven't had a chance to listen to all of your podcasts, but I did start the interview you did, I think, with Curtis. And I was just curious, like how, in that particular interview, this story kind of started with a very heavy topic, right? There was something in Curtis's life that moved him to a belief. And I'm just kind of wondering, when somebody makes a claim and they kind of volunteer themselves to go through the SE process, how do you handle when somebody brings up like a heavy topic, like someone dying that's very close to them, or any other heavy topic like that?
Yeah, that's some great questions there. Yeah, I was down in Palm Springs, and Reed and there's another street epistemologist named Dolly who has a channel called Juggling Lessons, and we were down there in a square, like a public square, recording, and someone came and wanted to discuss a Christian belief, his belief that Jesus was the Savior and he was true God and something like that. I haven't really re-listened to that in a while, but it came clear really quickly that, I mean, he even said as much that the reason why he said he had the belief is that he had a child who had a cardiac problem, born with a cardiac problem. And, he lived for a while, and then the child ended up dying in his arms. And it's just really, truly just tragic story. And it's basically why, and he tells you as much as why he has the belief he has. Well, that's a really difficult conversation to have if that's a conversation you should have. And, when we have these intense beliefs, and I think some people would identify in this room. I think that there's some people who maybe were atheists their whole life, but some people may have come to atheism later in life. But whatever theist background you came from, there was probably some really intense psychological reasons why you had those beliefs. Either you came on them on your own or they were given to you. But either way, those beliefs functioned in your life somehow, and they helped you get through the day. And so, when you're talking about someone's beliefs, you have to be very sensitive about that it's just not abstract, that they have the beliefs for a reason. And if you think about the beliefs as a support structure for a house, you can't go shaking the support structure of the house without seeing what's in place, what's another support structure we could put for that house that we're building or have built. And so that's something that I wrestled with as I was talking with Curtis. And you can definitely see that the conversation is really tentative at first, but as the conversation went on, you could see that he was fine with someone asking him questions about his belief and not necessarily challenging his belief, because that's not what street epistemology does. At least that's not what I see it as doing. But he was okay talking about the reliability of how he formed the beliefs, and I was happy to question, is that scenario reliable? And it was an intense conversation, but I'm glad you saw that video, because I think these are the kinds of conversations, these non-abstract conversations, these really real world conversations that people are having with their relatives and people are having internally with themselves. And when you see this conversation, you can see why beliefs are such a stubborn thing. And because it's not the color of shoes I've decided to wear that day. They serve a purpose. And if that purpose, if that suddenly changes, well, that person needs to think that through, and it could change a lot about their lives. It could change the relationship with their loved ones. It could change their job. It could change. I mean, they may live in a community where everyone believes the same thing, and so all that has to be taken into account. Now, I still think, in spite of all that, that part of why I did this podcast or started the YouTube channel is because we're all walking around with these really intense beliefs. And I think it's safe to say that more of these intense beliefs than not are just not true. I mean, there are probably millions of false beliefs out there that people have, billions, trillions, and very few true beliefs. And if we're having half the country intensely believe something based on a poor epistemology, and another half of the country believing on something polar opposite that still could be completely false based on poor epistemology, well, we're in a pretty bad spot. And talking about challenging someone's belief and giving them more information and more facts and that kind of thing, I don't think that's going to do it. And so that's, again, why I started practicing street epistemology. I really wanted to do something that I thought had a chance of being successful.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Alfonso, are you with us? Do you have any questions for Mark?
Not at the moment, thanks. I'm still here. Listen.
Early, when you saw that video? So you saw that video. What was your take home when you saw that video? What was your impression?
Yes, actually, I was gonna make that comment now that I thought it was a good video. I think you said that it was one of your first videos.
It is,
Is
yeah,
that right?
video
Yeah.
wise. Yeah, I was doing podcasts for a long time before I started actually doing videos. Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, what I was gonna say was actually that one of the things that I've learned from engaging, and especially there was one particular experience where I had a impromptu debate with a close friend of mine, where the mode of engagement that I used to 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 talk to him in this debate actually caused some conflicts, and he called it a spiritual conflict, or crisis rather. And found out about a year later that after the conversation I'd had with my friend, that was somewhat of a debate, and I was quite forward during that debate in challenging the beliefs. The he did not feel very comfortable after that, and he was having doubts in his faith. And it's part of the problem with some of the things that religion does is kind of puts in that guilt of, if you feel like you're losing your belief, it makes you feel guilty about losing your belief, right?
Yeah.
And so what the reason why I'm bringing this up is because one of the things that I've actually learned just from having those type of conversations is that these beliefs are in fact serving a purpose to people.
Right.
That there is something that they're filling in. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that are kind of tied in with that belief, right? This other baggage that gets dragged on when you take on these beliefs. And so I think I just wanted to emphasize your approach. I thought that your approach and the way you talked to him was good. You weren't too forward. Um, the the method was just kind of asking questions and making him feel comfortable in talking and opening up about his beliefs. So I thought it was a great interview for that reason. And I think it's something that I think the value of street epistemology that's bringing in is it's basically allowing conversations to happen in a way that everybody kind of feels comfortable to open up and talk about their beliefs without necessarily feeling like you're attacking them, basically. So, and I thought you did a great job with that, Mark.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think that you had some great points, and and part of what you're doing also when you're having these kinds of conversations, you're telling the person beforehand that we're having this kind of conversation, that it's not a blindside, that I'm asking you about your beliefs and how you know what you know. I'm not, and and what I usually tell people is before I invite them on my podcast or YouTube, is I want to know how you know what you know, and we're going to talk about more about that than the belief itself. And not only that, is usually when I reach out to people, or always when I reach out to people, I email them a link to either the podcast or the YouTube channel, and so they can listen to as many shows as they want. And so it's everything is out in the open. They know exactly where I'm coming from, and it's difficult that way in the sense that probably for every 20 to 25 people I ask to come on the show, I get about one person. And that's the hardest that's the hardest thing about the show, is actually getting people wanting to show up on the show. And which I find interesting, because we all seem to have these walking around with these intense beliefs. But when it comes to someone actually asking you pointed questions about them, then, people become more quiet, instead of saying what you know, and I say what you know, when you're asking them really difficult questions about how they form beliefs, and that's a reliable way to form a belief. And you're asking them how confident they are in a belief, and they could be, their confidence level can be like on a 1 to 10, it could be on a 10. And you're asking them on, basically, if you were to learn something differently, would you reduce your confidence level in the belief to a 9.9? And that's a really hard thing to ask of somebody, believe it or not, is to ask them if there would be a way or something that they would consider to reduce their belief from a 10 to a 9.9. And if you think about that, well, we should be able to adjust our confidence in our beliefs easily, much more easily, from a 10 to a 1 if we're given new information that seems to be a reliable information that we could trust, and information that would appear to be from good sources and things like that. And if hopefully we would all change our beliefs if they need to be changed, and readily. And like most people in this room, I happen to be an atheist. But I think as I've mentioned on my podcast, that if I'd be happy to change that belief if there was a reason to change that belief. Jesus came back to earth and started walking around and performing miracles. Well, I'd like to think, of course, I'd be a Christian because, well, it seems like that I was incorrect about that belief, and it sounds like that I should reevaluate my beliefs. And I've told people on my show, like someone talked about their belief in fairies, as in, the things that fly around. And I basically said, towards the end of the questioning phase of street epistemology, I was saying that I'd love to believe in that belief. And if it was true that fairies existed and they were flying around and did things, that it would probably change everything I think about the world. That I would be a completely different person if that belief were true, because that just goes against everything I know or think I know. But having said that, I'd be happy to revise that belief or reduce my confidence level in the belief I have, or have a higher confidence level in their belief that fairies exist, because that seems to be the correct thing to do. And so if you're a person where you're unable to, it's really difficult to move your confidence in a belief from a 10 out of 10 to a 9.9 out of 10, well, that's, it's something to think about. And I've talked to many people who, no matter what information, no matter what they could learn or anything like that, that they would stay at a 10 out of 10. Well, that tells you something about the belief, and it tells you something about if they give you a reason why they have the belief, and if that reason were to change and they were still going to be a 10 out of 10 on that belief, well, apparently that's not the reason, and you're talking about the wrong reason for the belief. So that's really important. And I'll say that again, that we always try to find out the primary reason why the person believes what they believe. And if the person believes that belief of a 10 out of 10, and the reason why they give you a reason why they believe that belief from a 10 out of 10 out of 10, and you talk about that reason, and you're saying that if that reason were to change, or you learn this or that, and would your belief change from a 10 out of 10? And they would say no. Well, that's not the reason why they believe the belief, because you've just changed the reason and they still believe the belief at the same amount, 10 out of 10. And how many of us have had these conversations where you could talk about an hour about their reason, but that's all useless because you're not talking about the reason. Because if the reason were to change, they still have the belief. So you need to really then go find the real reason why they have the belief. And how many times are we talking about someone's belief and we're thinking we're talking about the reason why they have their belief, but we're not. And so that's part of street epistemology. It's a really important part of street epistemology, is nailing down why they believe what they believe. And sometimes you can spend quite a lot of time in a conversation really trying to figure out what it is, how it is they believe what they believe.
Yeah, and you've touched on it's a demonstration also on how emotionally tied our beliefs are, and how much we attach our beliefs with our identity.
Yeah.
And so that's really important to remember that when you're having one of these conversations. Um, uh, I've got so many questions, but I think we're going to go ahead and allow our audience members to ask questions. So, like Early said earlier, we're going to have people come up to the stage one at a time to ask your question or offer a comment, and then we ask that you move yourself back to the audience once your interaction has been satisfied. So, Early, do you have anybody that would like to come up?
Yes, Jacqueline. Let's bring her up.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Hello.
Hi there.
So, you know, I first of all, I like the things that you said about street epistemology, and I always like to think of Descartes, and I always like to analyze why I believe what I believe, um and the I and David, I saw I think I've seen what you were talking about, where they switched books, like they switched the Quran, and they switched the Bible, and they asked the Muslim, but I think it was Bill Maher's Religulous, or Richard Dawkins' like God Delusion series or something like that, where they did that.
Yeah, that's totally possible. I haven't seen that video in a long time, and I actually didn't even once I found Anthony's videos, I completely forgot about that particular video because the street epistemology videos were so much more interesting to me.
Right. Yeah, or I think it might have been like something that like Hitchens did. Or I don't know. Like I think he had a like God is Not Great series, or I don't know. It was but I was so like when you talk about it would with new information, or um would like I'd be willing to like change my beliefs. So like I mean, I've always considered myself a skeptic, but I've always considered myself open-minded. But I kind of like to think of myself as in a way, I kind of agree with like Bill Maher. I mean, like Bill Maher says he's an atheist more so than an atheist, and I feel like honestly, it wouldn't matter really what a theist would give me as some kind of evidence, because um I I think I'd just rather live my life without a belief in a god, or any kind of deity or supernatural um world, because I feel like the natural world is so much more um interesting and fascinating and meaningful, and uh and I like this life. I have an invested interest in this life and the objective world, my objective reality, far more than some unknowable, you know, uh, something unknowable. So, uh, yeah, I guess, I mean, I say I'm agnostic atheist, but sometimes I think I'm a, I'm more of a gnostic atheist, and maybe even a like an atheist gnostic
Mm-hmm.
atheist. Um, I mean, I do say I'm a Satanist. Because I mean I do like you know the archetypal character, in like Paradise Lost, and I agree with like Nietzsche, and and I I think
So it
it's
sounds like
better
you're
to reign in hell than to serve in heaven, kind of thing.
yeah,
And
it sounds like you're an open-minded skeptic who requires evidence for your beliefs, right?
Yeah, thanks
yeah,
for that, Jacqueline. I
yes,
that's um, I appreciate that. I think I see it much more clearly where you're coming from regarding your belief in atheism and that sort of thing. And I there's some really interesting points you brought up, and then typically at the beginning of a SE conversation, I usually ask two questions. I say, on a scale from 1 to 7, I ask, how confident are you that this belief is true? And I usually a 1 to 7 scale. And I usually, right after that, I say, on a scale from 1 to 7, how important is it for you to believe in things that are true? These are two very different questions. One is how confident you are that the belief is true. And people can be all over the scale. Like, I think it's true at a 7 versus it's a 4. 4 is like you may or may not, fairly confident, maybe not confident. I don't know. It may be true, may not be true. But this truth scale is something different because someone could be really confident and that their belief is true, but they really don't care whether it's true or not. And that's a different question, that they want to believe in that and they will believe in that, but whether they're confident that the belief is true, but whether it's true or not, that doesn't concern them as much. And so they might be less on the truth scale. And I think maybe that's what you were telling me, that you want to believe you think it's true, you're confident that it's true, and you want to believe in that it's true, but you may be lower down on how important is it for you that it's true. And maybe I'm wrong, and tell me if I'm wrong about that.
no, you're right. It honestly, it's kind of irrelevant to me whether it's true or not. I feel like as an atheist, I'm far happier than I was when I was trying to be a Catholic.
And if that's how atheism serves for you, then that's, our conversation, if I was doing SE with you, would be very different, because we could get into the reasons why you believe it, and we can talk about the reliability of those reasons, but in the end, that wouldn't matter, because that's not the reason. The reason is the purpose that it serves in your life, and not the truth value of the belief. And that's
Right.
really important. And it's really interesting because I'm talking to presumably more atheists than not in this room. And it's interesting because I've talked to atheists, and you may think that your fellow atheist has the same reason for the belief as you do, but that often is not the case. You could have two very different people relying on the same belief, but for very different epistemological reasons, very different ways of coming about that belief or forming that belief. And so you can understand that you can even have a correct belief about something, but have come about it incorrectly. And so that's what street epistemology does. It addresses those underpinnings much more so than the belief itself. And I think, Jacqueline, I really appreciate you telling me this, because people might assume that people who are atheists are all atheists for the same reason, and that's just not the case.
Yeah. So like, ever since I was little, like, when first presented with the concept of God, I just didn't take it. And I kept trying to understand this concept of God as I got older. I even thought, well, maybe, once I made my confirmation, I'd understand this concept of God. And once I made my confirmation, I still didn't understand the concept of God. I was like, oh, well, then that's it. I must be an atheist. And I formally renounced my Catholicism, and that was it. And so and I realized, I'm much better off not being Catholic
Mm-hmm.
than I was,
Yeah.
trying to understand this God concept. Um, because I just felt so ostracized from my family. And now, like, it's just, I mean, I know I don't, I know why I'm not, um, like my family, and I'm very comfortable not being like my family.
Yeah. Yeah. And so part of it, I think you're telling me, is that atheism, being an atheist, is part of an identity for you now. And you feel more comfortable about being an atheist. And
Yeah.
you like how you're seeing the world now through a different lens than you did before. And whether that's true or not, that's okay. That doesn't bother you. That
Well, I think
you're
I always saw I've always seen the world the way I see the world. It's just I'm more open about it.
yeah, yeah. You're more open how you see the world. And I guess what you're telling me is that maybe the way you're seeing the world before, if it was through religious doctrine, you were seeing it maybe more dogmatically, and now you think that you can see things from different angles more, and that's awesome. Uh and
So like when I
even
was
if it were
5, so like when I
go
was
ahead.
5 and they tried to teach me about God, my first thought was, well, if you're trying to tell me that God created the world, then who created God? Somebody had to have created the God. So,
Yeah,
I mean, why can't God just be a part of nature? And
right.
they
And
and
but
they looked at me like, "Oh, you poor child."
so the primary reason why you believe the belief, it seems like that there are, it's just you're more comfortable in the belief. It
Yeah.
helps you. And if I'm not saying this is the case, of course, but if you were to feel less comfortable being an atheist, and if you were to, if it was to serve less of those psychological reasons that you spoke of, if they were to be less helpful for you, would you at that point reduce your confidence level in being an atheist, or do you think you would still be an atheist at the same level you are now?
Well, I mean, if it was like gun to my head, you have to believe or die, then I mean, of course I would say I believe, but I think I would be lying at that point because I mean, obviously I mean, uh, uh, uh I never believed, um and I mean, my family always knew I never believed.
Yeah,
um that's why I would always, you know get yelled at, because I would always ask questions. um and I was always called a cynical child because um and so but y- so just
let me ask you this: that
mhm,
with your belief in atheism,
mhm.
that it seems like whether that's true or if it's fundamentally true or not, it doesn't bother you so much. What is there? Is there? Could you see it being possible? Would you see a situation where you think that whether it's true or not becomes more important for you?
Hey, Jacqueline, before you respond, just remember Mark's question, so you can respond to him. Just real quick for the people in the audience, we are now in the audience Q&A. And so during the audience Q&A, we'll be bringing people up with a raised hands, one at a time, to ask questions, make a comment. or present a belief that they would like to have questioned by Mark. So feel free to raise your hands, and we'll bring you up one at a time after Jacqueline. And also, if you have any other questions that you would like to ask without coming up on stage, feel free to send me a back channel message, and I'll ask that on your behalf as well. Jacqueline, if you want to go ahead and respond, and I think we do have some raised hands now too that want to come up.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't think there would be anything like that would. I mean,
Well,
like
let me ask you this, Jacqueline. And this is very generally speaking, just very generally speaking, not just about your belief, about any belief. I'm wondering, and sometimes I wonder this myself, because I've had beliefs like this too, that is it useful to have a belief, any belief, that can't be shown to be false if it's false? Because if a belief can't be shown to be false if it's false, then how do we really know that belief is true?
well, I you know, I don't think I don't think the truth really matters to me, because
Yeah.
this world is mostly subjective, and
And what do you, and by subjective, you mean something we can have I can have a truth that's different than your truth? Is that what you mean?
um yeah, it's I think our experiences are the way we experience things. It's it's mostly subjective.
Are there objective truths?
Um yes, to um to an extent. We do share an objective reality.
So, for
Um
example, if I don't know if you were around for the beginning, but if I had a box of Mentos, breath fresheners, and I believed that there was an even number of breath fresheners, and you believed that there was an odd number of breath fresheners, could they both be? Could
no,
both beliefs be true?
no.
Okay, so in that case, there's an objective truth.
Right. The the number of Tic Tacs or breath fresheners in the breath freshener box is what is the truth. Like, I mean, you can count the number of breath fresheners in the breath freshener box,
Yeah.
and that's the objective truth.
So maybe give me an example of a relative truth.
So the relative truth would be whether it's heavy. um so to you,
I see.
it might not be heavy, but to me it might be heavy.
Right. So we're talking about like if we're carrying a rock around and it's heavy for me, I perceive that rock as being heavy, and it's heavy for you. Your perception that the rock is, or it's light for you, or whatever.
Right,
That's
right,
your perception.
right.
Right. So yeah, so when I think, it seems like to me in that case you're talking about subjective truth more as an opinion.
Right. And I guess and I think so I guess what we call a subjective truth, when we think of a subjective experience, it I think it's more of a I guess it's kind of like the God of the gaps, but it's not, it's the objectiveness of the gaps.
So to me, God of the gaps, when I've heard it, it means it's if we don't know something, then we insert something that we believe to be true.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So if we don't know the truth, we inject conjecture.
Where is a good default position to
The non position, I think.
if we don't know something, what do you think is a better default position? If we don't know something, should
It's to
we?
not believe it.
Okay.
So I think the null hypothesis is the best hypothesis. So if we can't ultimately know, like whether, you know, I mean, if we can't really, you know, measure things like, so like, well, there is
So it
an
sounds like you're
objective
telling me that if we don't know the objective truth about something, that one way to look at this is to not form an opinion about it. That could be one way to look at it. That be the not to have that belief until
right,
we have more evidence.
right,
Does
exactly.
that work with your belief?
Yes. So just, you know, until like, um although I mean, so I have thought about this, like if you know, a deity or some like thing came from the sky and said, hey, you know, like, here I am, you know, I'm this deity, you know, bow down and worship me, you know, like, I'd still question, like, why should I worship you?
But I think what you're telling me is that even if that were true, that doesn't matter to you because the belief serves that purpose, whatever those purposes in your life, and that would be not too relevant if that
Right,
happened.
right,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jacqueline. I do appreciate that. And I
You're
really
welcome.
understand much more your epistemology, and more so than the belief itself. I understand where you're coming from in your belief and how you form beliefs, and I really appreciate that. And thank you for I get that insight into you now. That's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Jacqueline. If you don't mind moving yourself down to the audience, and anybody that wants to come up and ask any questions, feel free to raise your hands, and I'll bring you up. Right now, I'm bringing up Jonathan.
Hey, Jonathan.
All right. And yeah, go ahead, Jonathan.
Hi guys, you're hearing me?
Hey there.
Hi, Mark. I'll try to keep this short. I want to go back to what you started off the conversation with, where you discussed, for instance, the box of Tic Tacs.
Go ahead.
You mentioned, how difficult carrying the conversation on can be if it is that you can't even establish a base from which, you can both agree on. And I want to know, extrapolating from that basic concept, do you run into situations, especially now in this climate, and if it is I'm not allowed to talk about this topic, please stop me, but with vaccines and all that kind of stuff,
Oh yeah.
do you
Yeah,
run into
absolutely.
situations where you can't even have a discussion to begin with, or start to get somewhere?
Well, and that's that's such an excellent question, Jonathan, because that's fundamentally why I do the show or why I started the show, and I often use the vaccine example in my shows in the sense that sometimes these shows can get really esoteric. We're talking about truth and those kind of things that seem really can seem really abstract,
Right.
But then we can bring it to real world in the sense, like with your vaccine example, that sometimes people will say that, well, in the end, it doesn't matter. It's just my personal belief, and I can believe what I want to believe, which of course they can. But in the vaccine example of half the country believes that vaccines are safe and effective and will protect you against the coronavirus or COVID, and half the country believes that vaccines will kill you. Well, my thought is that there is an objective reality somewhere in there. And we may not know what it is, but regardless if we know what the objective reality is, that there is an objective reality about that. Same thing with the Tic Tacs. We might not know how many Tic Tacs are in the box, and that might be an easy answer to solve. It might be a difficult answer to solve. But objectively speaking, there's an answer there, and whether we know the answer or what we believe about it is irrelevant. How many Tic Tacs I believe they're in the box, that doesn't matter to how many Tic Tacs are in the box. So that's an objective reality versus a subjective reality. And that's how I bring it to real world. We're talking about vaccines. Whether I believe vaccines, generally speaking, kill me, or generally speaking, cure a virus like COVID, my belief about it shouldn't matter. And there's an objective truth. And then we're on a journey together. And if that's their belief claim, let's say that they're anti-vaxxers, and that's their belief claim, well, how do we go about, how could we establish the reality of the belief?
Right.
And yeah. And so and there's a lot of techniques that we would use. One would be using an outsider test. And an outsider test is sometimes beliefs are too close to you to discuss. And we talk about it in terms of another person who's in the room. And there's different ways to do to a vaccine claim. So, for example, if someone claims that vaccines, the COVID vaccine is dangerous and will kill you, and I would say, well, Johnny is sitting next to you, and Johnny believes that vaccines, like the COVID vaccine, is helpful and will cure the COVID virus, and it's something that we should not should, but that the vaccine is protective against the coronavirus. And you believe, my interlocutor, that the vaccine will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
How could we? I'm a third person, and I could say this to this is you and Johnny talking, and I'm just a third person, and I just want to know what's true. If what your claim is true, that the vaccine is going to kill you, I'd like to know that. And if Johnny's claim that the vaccine will that the vaccine is helpful and will cure the coronavirus, I'd like to know that too. I'd like to believe a true belief. Hearing you talk, how could I discover what is true, what is objectively true? And so we're having a different conversation then, and they're telling me at that point how they have come to know what they know.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered your question. Hopefully I did, Jonathan.
Yeah, I guess the reality is I see where you're going. I guess the reality is that it gets so much more difficult with complex topics like this, because, and you also made a great point earlier on, not answering my question, but when you were just discussing in general about the, I guess, emotional attachment to beliefs as well, that could kind of, blur your ability to grab the other stuff.
Right, Jonathan. And then I guess, and make the point even better, hopefully I'm making it clear that whether we're talking about, whether vaccines kill you or don't kill you, we're thinking that there's an objective truth somewhere around there that could be discovered if we wish to discover it. And if there is, same thing with the Tic Tacs, whether there are an even or odd number of Tic Tacs in the box, we might not know the answer, but presumably there's a way we could discover that answer, that objective truth, if we work together to discover that truth.
Right. Okay. Well, Just to share a quick thought, my wife she's a physician. She's currently in the ER right now, and my friend and I were having a discussion about, he's hesitant on getting the vaccine, and
Do
my
you know the reason, the primary reason? And if you want to do SE, I mean, you don't have to tell me your friends. We wouldn't want to know your friend's name, and if you wanted, we could do SE where you pretend to be someone with that claim.
Sure, if you have the time and the other guests are okay with it, sure.
I'm okay with it if you guys are.
Early, what does our line look like? Do you think this would be a good time to do this?
We don't have anybody lined up right now. So I think it would be a good time. Again, if anyone does have a question, remarks, or wants to belief challenged, feel free to raise your hands. But David, to answer your question right now, there's anybody in queue.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's continue.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
so let's call this person George, and would you think you do a good job pretending you're George? And of course, Jonathan. We're not saying Jonathan has this belief; he may or may not, but
Right.
he's pretending to be a different person. He's pretending to be George, who has this belief.
Okay.
So George, what is the primary reason why you have the belief? Would you say?
Well, the vaccine is not FDA approved, and it was a rushed vaccine in development. And also now with the Delta variant, we're discovering that, transmissibility is the vaccine no longer has any effect on transmissibility. Those who are vaccinated versus those who are not vaccinated carry the same viral load. So why should I bother to get the vaccine if it is that I'm not old, I don't have any issues, and it's not going to affect whether I transmit the virus or not?
Okay, this is great. Thank you. This is wonderful. This is a real SE conversation. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you mentioned three reasons: FDA approval, it was rushed, it was done more quickly than other vaccines, and the third thing you said was if you have the vaccine, you transmit the virus just as much if you didn't have the vaccine.
Yeah.
If those three reasons, would you say, and it's not either or, but if I were to talk about the reasons behind the belief, what would be the primary reason you have the belief? We were talking about if we had to pick one, and it could be more, but just the main reason.
The fact that I am young, healthy, and there is no apparent benefit to me taking the risk of getting the vaccine.
Okay, so you're saying that you're young,
yes,
you're healthy, and so it's a little bit different reason. I think we might have discussed.
Yeah, sorry, I changed it a bit.
Okay, that's okay. So you're young and healthy, and so maybe what you're saying, I'm young and healthy, and even if I got the virus, I'd be fine. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes,
okay.
And I rather take that risk than take the risk of a vaccine, and I don't know what the side effects might be.
Gotcha. So I'm young, I'm healthy, and there's much more of a risk to me taking, or there is more of a risk taking the vaccine than there is me getting the virus or the effects from the virus. Okay. On a scale from 1 to 7, George, how confident are you that this belief is true?
9.
Okay. So from a scale from 1 to 7, you're very confident then.
Yes.
Yeah. And on a scale from 1 to 7, how important is it for you to believe in true things?
7.
Okay. How do you know your belief? And the belief is that that the risk from the vaccine is higher than the risk from getting COVID. How do you know that belief is true?
Based on all the scientific papers and articles that I've been reading on the side that is saying that, young individuals aren't at a high risk.
So you're reading scientific. I'm trying to understand. So you're reading scientific material, scientific information, and you're learning from that information that there's a higher risk from taking the vaccine shot than from getting COVID.
Not a higher.
Oh, okay.
I would say there is a lower risk of me running into any complications versus the unknown of, what could there are too many unknowns in regards to potential side effects of the vaccine. But I do know that my risk to get COVID is very low.
Okay. So you believe that your risk of getting COVID is low, and you believe that if you get the vaccine, that you will possibly have side effects, and that is a higher risk than COVID. I'm just trying to understand your belief.
Yeah. Close. Not necessarily that there's a low chance of me getting COVID, but if I do, it's going to be like a flu. It's not going to be something I have to be worried about. I'm not going to be in ICU or the ER.
So you believe that if you get COVID, you're going to be fine. You're young, you're healthy. And so why would I risk getting side effects from the vaccine? Gotcha.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. And the main reason why you know this belief to be true is the scientific information you've read.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying this is the case. It may very well not be the case. But if, for example, you were to come across some new scientific information from the sources that you're accustomed to, and all of a sudden that tune would change, that the scientific information said, I know what we've been reporting before, but now what we're reporting is that people who are young are actually at higher risk of having problems from COVID than we thought. And we now realize that there's less side effects from the vaccine than we originally thought. And this is all hypothetical, but if you were to learn that information, would you reduce your confidence in the belief? Not necessarily change your belief, but just have a less confidence level in the belief.
Yes. But I mean, sorry to break character here, but in this circumstance, I mean, if the person is one to argue that they need a whole set of more evidence, or
and that's what and speaking to George, that's what we're trying to find out. That's exactly what we're getting to, is that either way you answer that question tells us a lot of information. If you answer if George answers that question that, well, you're going to give me all this new information, and he doesn't change his belief, even though you've given all this new scientific information, which he's saying that's the reason why he has this belief.
Right.
Well, it doesn't sound like that's the reason why he has the belief.
Right, of course.
Yeah. So, but he could answer it the other way. He could say, if he were to see this new scientific information, that whatever source he goes to, and he's then at that point reduces the confidence level of the belief, well, it looks like we're getting somewhere with that belief.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think in George's situation, if he was presented, he's reasonable enough that if he was presented with enough evidence to the contrary, he will change his mind. But his argument seems to be that, and which is the tricky part of this topic, is that it's novel, and the fact that science information is changing. We discover new things each day, and so there are a lot of
But to be clear, George, that's a different. Now you're giving it. That's a different reason now for the belief, because now remember you were talking about scientific reasoning for the belief, and now we're talking about another reason for the belief, right?
How so? What was the other reason you mean?
Well, what were you just saying that George would say?
That even if, let's say, a study were to come out today,
Yeah.
a lot of there needs to be more other studies that back this. And what about all the other contradictory statements are being said in the scientific community and X, Y, and Z, until there has to be some, I'm assuming, really high threshold for him to finally admit, okay, all right, maybe that is something to consider.
Right. So we can talk about that. We can talk about his and if the reason why he has the belief, again, is scientific information, and his sources say what his sources appear to say, and if his reasoning is not even so much the scientific information, but the threshold required for the scientific information to say something for his belief to become less confident, or for him to become less confident in his belief, well, then we can start having a different epistemological conversation about thresholds, about what are reasonable, seems to be reasonable thresholds that we have for different things that we know. And what is your, if you could ask him, like, did you ever take another vaccine like the flu shot? What was your threshold in the scientific information for you to do that?
Right.
And we talk about, well, whatever that is, we can talk about, okay, what was the what threshold did you meet for the flu vaccine that you did not meet for the COVID vaccine? Right. And so we're really getting at why he believes what he believes. And and I don't know how do you think he would answer that question?
I would say, / he would say, I don't know. I can't speak for him at this stage, to be quite honest.
Well, you can make it up. I mean,
okay.
Just for example, yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I guess we could draw a parallel with flu shots and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know, and it's hard to play act that way. Trust me, it's difficult. It's difficult to take on the epistemology of another person sometimes. But
I get where you're going, though.
Yeah. But just to kind of take on your conversation further, that we could differentiate what it is that he finds acceptable about other vaccines and what he doesn't about the COVID vaccine, and we could just keep on moving into how he knows what he knows. And it may be a reliable way that he knows what he knows, but hopefully we'll be able to discover that together if it's not.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was great.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the response, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And for your time here in general.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right.
We just asked if you could. Okay, he left. I think he might have stepped out of the room, rather. Yeah. So if hey, Jonathan, if you could put yourself back in the audience, and we can help you. Let me know if you need help in doing that.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, this is my first time using this. If you could, I don't know if you could.
Yeah, I can tell you how to do it. Just tap on your avatar, on your icon, and you'll see the option move to audience.
Yes. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
You see it on there. Yep. Perfect.
Excellent. Welcome to Clubhouse, Jonathan, and thanks for joining the room. And thanks for your question. I think where we were trying to get there is the criteria that would affect the conversation partner's confidence. Is that accurate? You still with us, Mark?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, we are trying to find out how he knows what he knows, and if there are fundamental criteria differences he uses for different things, and we want to know why that is, and why does he have different criteria differences, and could someone have different? Does a different criteria difference have anything to do? It might, with the truth value of a claim, and we can talk about that. And so there's a lot of ways we can go with that, and it was a little difficult there because I know he was pretending to be somebody else, and that's hard to do, actually, to take on the epistemology of another person and play act like that person. You try to think how they would think. So, but that's exactly. That's generally what we're trying to get to.
Hi, I am Dad. Welcome to the stage. Did you have a question or a belief that you would like to propose?
And you're muted.
Thank you for giving me a stage. I just want to know, I mean, this is the atheism group, right?
Hey, you sound a little low. The volume, I don't know. You sound like you're far away from your microphone.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yes, a little better. Yeah.
Okay. This is the atheism group, right? So I'm an atheist, but I find that most atheists do not distinguish between the lack of belief in God and the lack of belief, trust in a religion. So I just want to know where matters stand, in this group.
Where do you stand on that belief?
So religions like Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, Sikhism are friendly to atheist beliefs, whereas a number of religions in the West are not.
So if you were to put your belief about what you're trying to say, like, into two sentences, what do you think those two sentences would be if you could just encapsulate the belief so we understand what you're saying?
Sure. Can you give me an example of the two sentences? I mean, I can fill out a template.
Well, like, I believe that such and such is true.
Okay. I mean, are you familiar with the Vedas, Upanishads, and Gita?
No, but that's okay.
Okay. So I can say, I would say, I don't believe in God, but I do believe that the principles stated in the Upanishads, the Vedas, and the Gita are true.
Okay, and I'm not going to pronounce this right because I don't know this very well, which is fine, because I like to talk about beliefs I don't know much about.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that the Upanishads and these other tenets are true. Is that correct?
But then that I mean, in a sense, it validates religion, right? So I'm just
no. But I'm just repeating your belief back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Now, so I'm doing what's called street epistemology, and I'm asking how you know what you know, and define those. What you're saying. What are those things that you're claiming are true? What are they?
Okay. I mean, for example, if I take the Gita, right? The Gita is a part of the larger mythological basis called the Mahabharata, and the Mahabharata is held to be a historical truth.
So what is this part of? What religion is this part of?
Hinduism.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and these are the tenets of Hinduism?
So Mahabharata is like an epic. It's like a story. It's been reimagined in many ways, kind of like an anime series, to sort of say.
Okay.
And the Gita is a song that occurred in the middle of Mahabharata. There are there are many different songs of note. Of the 16 songs, one song is the main Gita. And the way, as an atheist, I interpret the Gita is, as you can imagine, the closest I think you can come to for an analogy is Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, right?
And
So, mhm.
go ahead.
Yeah. So the way the way I understood Marcus Aurelius's Meditations is a Stoic text, right? It says, all human beings are the same. We have certain duties. We have certain, limitations. Let us observe those limitations and do our duties within those limitations.
Okay, so now we're getting something closer to the belief that
Right.
that we all have limitations. Go ahead
hmm
and keep
And
on
then we have
going.
certain duties. We have
We
certain
have all
duties, right?
limitations, and we all have certain duties.
Right. Right. Like, as we are born as sons, and we marry as husbands or wives, and then we work for someone as employees, and then we are bosses of someone, you know and
N-
so on and so forth, and members of society, right? So we have to be good members of society.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Go
mhm.
ahead.
No, go on. If
On
you
a
feel like
scale,
you want to.
would you say, like on a scale from 1 to 7, how confident are you that that belief is true? That we have responsibilities, and we have I'm trying to encapsulate the belief the best way I can. That we have that we are born with the responsibilities. Is that maybe the best way to say it?
Yeah, I think what you're addressing is our us as a person, a role in a society versus us as individuals. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, we are born with responsibilities. I mean, each individual is. I guess what I'm saying is, I think you're saying. Yeah, I'm just
Lost
trying
in
to
your
see how you
question
see.
here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how you see the belief. Uh, I'm really trying to define what you're saying. I'm trying to say it back to you if I can, and I'm just having trouble.
Okay, so I'll wing it. I'll wing it. The way I see your question is that you're kind of trying to divide a role, a person in a society versus a person as an individual, right? So you have certain responsibilities towards the society, and you have certain responsibilities towards your own individual self. Is that
Okay, so
is
we are
that what you're saying?
born with responsibilities to ourselves and to our society.
Right,
With,
right.
is that a good way to say it?
Yeah, yeah. Fair
Okay.
enough.
On the scale from 1 to 7, how confident would you say that this belief is true?
I'm sorry. 1 second. Why 7?
Uh, well, I use 1 to 7 because it's a Likert scale, and 1 to 7 has a midpoint 4, and other scales don't have midpoints. That's the only reason. But use any scale
Okay.
you'd like. Yeah.
Hmm. No, I'm not sure if I understand your question. I'm sorry if I'm being,
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry if I don't
that's
understand your
okay.
question. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
let me just interject. Maybe I think um, I am that came up just to
Yeah, I think
make a
so.
comment
I think so. Yeah.
about atheism
Right.
being
I think so.
accepted within the Hinduism, not necessarily to make a
Yeah.
claim.
Not to claim.
And
Yeah.
so maybe that may be where the confusion may be coming from.
Probably. Yeah.
I am. I'll kind of respond to what you said initially, and I'll say that I am not too familiar with the Hindu religion or religions, but I have found that a lot of people that do believe or that practice their religion have a lot of things that are very compatible with atheism. It seems like the source of like where the tenets came from seem to have a very grounded source. Like whenever the tenets were developed for these religions, there must have been some sort of scientific endeavor or observation of how the world works, and that's how they came about those tenets. And so I do kind of have an appreciation for that. I'll say I do understand and appreciate the fact that Hindu religions or Eastern religions are like that. So
Yep. Yep.
unfortunately, in the U.S. or in America, we don't have that phenomenon, right? We don't have religions, at least that I know of, that are like that. And so, yeah, you're right. We'll probably not be making the distinctions often because we're just not around that often.
Yep, yep. And I'm shaking my head in agreement with what he said. I'm vehemently shaking my head. And thank you, Early. You understood my question way better. Yeah, my question. I
My
did not
apologies.
come here to make a comment. Yeah, I did not come here to make a comment. I came here simply to ask the question that I started with, was that whether this group's idea of atheism separates the belief in God from the belief in religion. That was my limited question. And thank you, Early. You've understood Hinduism very deeply. Yeah, I would say. Thank you. I'll move myself to the audience now. Thank you.
My apologies. I was dealing with it as an SE claim.
Oh no, it's okay. I mean, I think for me, the only reason why I know of this is because we actually have a lot of people that come around this club to talk about it, and that's how I actually came to know about the Eastern religions.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that I am this, as far as I understand, and in my experience, this room and this club in general is open and welcome to anyone, whether you're an atheist or not, or however you define it. Um, whether you're an atheist that is anti-religious, or if you're an atheist that that accepts that some religions don't necessarily prevent you from uh, belief that religion is worthwhile or important. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're looking for a club that's welcoming to whatever your beliefs are, this would definitely be one of them, and that's how I understand it so far. So, welcome.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I see Alfonso flashing his mic. That's absolutely on point, David. Anyone is welcome, and anyone has a voice. Everyone's allowed to talk and share. Um, hey, Mr. Biscuit, I see you. Just Alfonso, were you gonna share?
No, I just wanted to agree and say it's not an easy thing to do. Um, I I thought I coined a phrase that I actually plagiarized from Scientology, but I often talk about the reactive mind and how easy it is to fall into the trap of making a claim on top of other people's claims and trying to disprove each other wrong and I mean to sorry, to disprove each other's claim or prove each other wrong. And yeah, this is one of the reasons I appreciate these rooms so much. And yeah, I was driven out of my normal calm self by someone who I allowed myself to be. And I really want to push this even further. I want to, do rooms during the week for people to practice, because it takes just one bad experience for people to not want to come back, right? And it's a shame. Even people who I might have had the worst impression of. I know it's my experience, and it doesn't necessarily mean I should deprive others of sharing thoughts and things with other people. So and I find it really hard to do street epistemology, to be honest. I am welcoming and I listen to people, but I think I go when I engage with people, sometimes I just say, okay, it's good that you believe in it, and I can't come up sometimes with questions. So I haven't yet. I'm still taking on the street epistemology demon spirit to possess me. I'm still working on that. It's a bit of it's like a culture that you have to acquire through practice, right? It's a programming of your mind, of your brain.
Well, I'd love to ask you questions about that, if we could.
But yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Go ahead.
Mr. Biscuit wants to ask his question, and then we can probably do that, just not to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Before Mr. Biscuit goes, the previous speaker had asked about the distinction between the God belief and religion. And I just wanted to 10 seconds to say that quite often, at least from what I hear in these rooms and being hanging out with people in these rooms, we often more have objections to the belief in a God. And then for me personally, when it comes to a religion or those beliefs that are attached to the belief in God, I judge those by the consequences, the outside consequences of those beliefs. So if you have a belief and there are negative consequences to having that belief in the outside world, outside of it, just yourself, then that's how I judge, a belief in a religion or a belief system to be good or bad. So I would say that those are the two distinctions that I can make out for your question there. I am that. Mr. Biscuit, if you want to go ahead and present your comment or question to Mark or the floor, go ahead.
I've always wanted to engage with street epistemologists. I remember several years ago looking on YouTube and seeing the street epistemology folks in action. And I don't know if you identify with that particular group that is on YouTube and kind of questions people with a Socratic line of questioning.
Yeah,
but I am not. Is that it?
Yeah, that's typically what we do. Sure.
Yeah, so I'd be interested in kind of hearing you go back and forth with Alfonso as you were going to, and then maybe if you were willing to have a conversation with me also. I'm a theist, but I enjoy these groups and I enjoy kind of learning.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Typically, what I would do is if you were up for it and you thought it would be useful and helpful for you, I would ask you to present a belief claim that you'd be interested in presenting, and I would ask you questions about it, basically, and to find out how you know what you know, probably more so than the belief itself, if you're up for it.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. That'd be fascinating. I didn't want to take from Alfonso's turn. I know that he was going to have some discussion with you, but afterwards or whenever you're ready, I'd love to go.
Well, we could do that now, I think, I think that'd be great. Do you happen to have a belief claim that you wish to discuss?
Real quick, sorry to interrupt, but if Mr. Biscuit, if you're able to improve your audio, that would really be helpful. I don't know if that's possible. If not, that's okay. But if you're able to improve your audio at all, I think that would help.
I can do that. Give me just about 20.
Sure.
Thanks so much. And I really like your profile picture, by the way. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was at this event. This was a battle rap event between two guys in Detroit, and it was really
cool. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I might be in a better place now.
You sound like you're on a speakerphone or something like that. We can hear. We could.
Okay, that.
Yeah. Hey, that's great. Thank you. That's
There we go.
Perfect.
perfect. Thanks so much.
Yeah. So if you typically what we do is if you can encapsulate the belief you wish to discuss, and I'm just going to ask you questions about it, and we'll have a nice chat if we can. Be great.
Yeah. So, I mean, as a theist, I guess I could start with saying I believe that God exists.
So that could be the claim if that you want to talk about the belief, and we can talk about that.
Sure.
On a scale that so the belief is, and I just want to make sure that I got this right, that God exists.
That's the belief.
And by God, maybe, what do we mean by God?
Something like an unembodied consciousness, like a combination of awareness and potential, though unembodied as such.
Awareness and potential, but unembodied?
Correct. Like a storehouse for information, like a mind.
Okay. Storehouse information like a mind. Tell me more what you mean by that. Like,
Well,
what does this mind do?
unfortunately there's not a lot more. I think human beings are a lot more complex, right? We have bodies and we have organs. We can change our minds and change our decisions. An unembodied mind is essentially that. The reason I think that God is like an unembodied mind is because I believe there's another belief. I believe that God's the creator of time and space, and so as such, he can't have any components of space and time.
So there's different things to unpack there, but you're saying that part of what this is knowledge or information that we are gaining other than ourselves. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about God, which to me is a separate entity than human beings.
Right. And this God is a mind that
Yeah.
that gives people information, correct?
I wouldn't say gives people information, but I would say God is the unembodied mind from which matter and energy are derivative. So the creator of matter and energy, let's say.
Okay. So God is basically the creator of all things in our world.
Right.
Okay. On a scale from 1 to 7, how confident would you say that this belief is true?
That's tough. I'd maybe say 6, 7.
Okay. And on a scale from 1 to 7, how important is it for you to know true things?
6 or 7.
How do you know this belief is true?
I don't.
Okay. So let's try to understand where you're coming from. On a scale from 1 to 7, I asked you how confident you are this belief is true, and you said 6 or 7. And I'm going to ask you, how do you know your belief is true? And you said you don't. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to put both in each hand, and I'm trying to put those hands together and understand.
Sure. I'm confident in the belief, but I by no means know it. I don't think I'm anywhere approaching knowledge. I just think that it's a rational thing to believe, or it makes the most sense to me, given my life experience.
So the reason why you know the belief is true is your personal experience.
No, I would submit that I don't know the belief to be true. I simply believe it.
Okay.
I don't have any degree of certainty regarding it. It happens to be a belief that I think is more rational than it's contradictory, let's say.
Well, maybe we can discuss that. What makes this belief rational for you?
For me, it ties in the big questions, like origin, meaning, morality, and destiny. I know Alfonso has heard me repeat those four a lot, but I think those are kind of the principal goals of philosophy. And I think that the existence of God makes sense of those four categories of discipline.
And I'm not saying this is the case, but let's say Tony is sitting next to you, and Tony believes that, let's say, being an atheist is completely rational, and he, looks at it from a philosophical standpoint like you do, and he believes that he's come to the conclusion that no God is true. And I'm a third person. I just want to know what's true, objectively true. And I'm hearing you and Tony speak with each other. How could I come about to know more what is true, do you think?
I don't think you could. You couldn't come to knowledge. I think what would be rational to do in that situation where Tony, who's the atheist, and I being the theist, what you may want to conclude for yourself or ask yourself is, which belief is best given multiple competing hypotheses? Which is the best explanation for the universe we live in? The one in which God exists, or the one in which God does not? Knowing in the back of your mind that knowledge is not anything that you're going to approach at the end of the day. So it wouldn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. How do we go about knowing things we don't know?
That's not really a quest that I've ever been on, and so I wouldn't know how to begin. Knowledge for me is in the realm of mathematics. It's kind of rare to get knowledge about things, but I think beliefs is a much more open category to especially justified beliefs. How do we justify the things that we believe and say these things are what are rational and make sense to believe, even though I'm never going to know for sure? Things like God.
If what you believe in seems perfectly rational to you, and what Tony believes in seems perfectly rational to him, are we correct to say then both beliefs are equally true?
No, one is going to be objectively true and the other would be objectively false, right? If we're going to abide by the law of non-contradiction.
How could we find that out?
We couldn't. All that we can do is figure out which one is more likely true.
If you're, and not saying this is the case, but
so we'll never find whether God exists or not in the universe. It's just something we'll never know for sure. I'm pretty confident that we'll never know with certainty.
So it seems like you have a belief at a really high level, a really high level of certainty. And I think what you're telling me is that there wouldn't be a way for you to have a reduction in that belief or less confidence in that belief, right? That there's not much you could learn to believe that belief less. Or am I wrong about that?
No, I think you're right. What's interesting about Tony, or the atheist in our analogy, is that if he were right, if he were objectively correct about God not existing in the universe, then my DNA and the functioning of my brain would be the thing causing me to believe in God anyway. The truth wouldn't really matter. It would just be the presence of an imaginary God in my mind is there as such.
Do you find that it's, and just, I want you to know what you think, just generally speaking, about any belief, not just this belief, any belief. Do you think that there's a usefulness to have a belief that can't be shown to be false, if it happened to be false? I'm not saying it's false, but do you think it's useful to have beliefs that can't be shown to be false? Because if beliefs can't be shown to be false, then how really useful are they? Because how do we even know that they're true?
Well, take Christianity as a prime example. Being a Christian in the Bible Belt, for instance, increases your likelihood of being elected as a political candidate. It increases your likelihood of getting married and, giving off offspring. These are the chores of our biology, right? Feeding, fighting, fleeing, and reproducing. Your chances of accomplishing all of the biological chores increases just by dint of you being a Christian, or let's say a Muslim in a place like Saudi Arabia. So
I think what you're telling me is that those beliefs can be helpful, but I'm asking you how we know they're true.
We don't. And I'll stand by that. Knowledge of truth is not something that's really forthcoming in philosophy. And this is a philosophical discussion. I mean, unfortunate as that is, the only thing that we can do in a philosophical conversation is recognize what beliefs make more sense than others, not what's actually true out there.
And if Tony believes that his belief makes the most sense, and you believe that your belief makes the most sense, it seems
There's
like
something we can discuss. Not, and so I mean, there are things that make very little sense that are actually true. Like the fact that we're here having this conversation, holding two smartphones, talking into them, thinking that we're really having a conversation with each other. That's bizarre by the standards of the universe and natural selection and extinction level events chasing us throughout our history. It's crazy that that's happening, and yet we're justified in believing that it is. So whether or not a person's belief is bizarre has no bearing on whether it's objectively true.
I see where you're coming from. And I think what you're telling me is that, well, put it this way, is there something that maybe you would learn or something that you could discover? I'm not saying this is the case, that you would have a reduction in your less confidence in the belief. I mean, anything, it might not be, but something that you'd say, oh, you'd learn something and go, oh, well, yeah, I believe that belief a little bit less.
I'm not sure. I think maybe I have a 7-month-old daughter. And I think maybe if something terrible happened to her and she happened to pass away, God forbid, then that might challenge my belief in an all-loving deity. But that wouldn't necessarily be a logical as much as an emotional route to take. But I'm not sure what it would take to reduce my belief in God. Much like I don't know that anyone knows exactly what it would take to change them so fundamentally.
Well, it sounds like, and of course, we all hope that would never happen. And it seems that if something tragic in your life were to happen, that emotionally you could see how you could have a reduction in the confidence of the belief, but rationally you would say to yourself, I still believe the belief at pretty much the same level. Is that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to see where
Yes.
you're coming from.
Yeah. I think you've got it.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
It's just one question. Mr. Biscuit, earlier Mark asked you if you had how important is it to believe things that are true? And I think you give him a 6 or a 7. But it seems like when it comes to this particular belief that you've brought forward, the truth of it is not important. Maybe like a 1 or a 0. Is that right?
I don't think so. I think Mark asked how important the truth was to me, and I said, yeah, 6 or 7. Um, and then I think he asked, well, then how do I know? And I said, well, I don't know, but I don't think knowledge is necessarily the only, or perfect knowledge or absolute knowledge is the only avenue to truth. Because I don't think we have perfect knowledge about much in our day-to-day lives, let alone whether God exists in the universe. But it doesn't mean that truth is an unworthy pursuit as a result of that.
And I think, go ahead.
Sorry.
Please. Yeah, please.
I normally try to stay away from labels, but I think in this case it would help me understand a little bit better. Mr. Biscuit, would you identify as an agnostic theist?
Yes, I think that would probably be fair in this day and age.
Okay.
Even though, I
Okay.
mean, even though I think theists of old were always agnostic theists, especially in the Abrahamic tradition. I mean, the whole idea was wrestling with God, wrestling with the concept of God, as Jordan Peterson put so wisely in his speech on the subject.
Got it. Okay. So your confidence that the claim is true is high. The level of importance for you to believe true things is high. I was wondering, there's probably not a way to find out, but hypothetically, if there was some way to acquire the knowledge of this claim being false, how would that affect your behavior in your daily life?
I wish I knew. I don't know that I could honestly answer that. The things that would have to occur in order to falsify the existence of God would have to be pretty extreme. I couldn't honestly tell you who I would be as a consequence of that, or if I would be, the same or different.
Okay,
It
so
would just be speculation.
got it. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that if you found out that God did not exist, you're not sure how that would affect your behavior.
You mean my moral behavior?
Uh, any behavior in your daily life, you're saying that you wouldn't know how that behavior would be affected by knowing somehow that the claim is false?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would affect my behavior.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, I think where I might direct you to is atheists who have become Christians, or theists, and then theists who have become atheists. I don't know that their moral tendencies are radically different after those transformations. Of course, those are just transformations in belief. They don't, gain any knowledge about the absolute existence or non-existence of God, but it doesn't seem that their character changes much when they transition either into atheism or theism. So I imagine I might be the same.
I'm really trying to still understand how you know what you know, and I'm not quite there. If you could help me, Mr. Biscuit,
Sure,
you're
and it is kind of a different thing, because I have to remind people a lot that I'm not claiming knowledge, nor am I on a quest for knowledge.
It seems like you know something really like at a high certainty,
I have a
and
very
it's hard
deep
for you to
belief.
explain it. Is that what it is, or it's something you just feel, or it's a faith? I'm just trying to understand how you know it.
Well, I don't know that God exists. I have a high degree of belief in God. So I believe very highly that God exists without knowing it. Does that simplify it?
I'm just really trying to understand how we know something you're saying we don't know. To me, that's a paradox, and I'm really trying to understand honestly where you're
But I,
coming from here.
but I'm not using knowledge at all. I'm saying we could essentially in this conversation do away with the term and just use
How do you?
varying
So that's
degrees
fine.
varying degrees of belief.
Yeah. That's awesome. We don't have to talk about that. Then how do we? Then other than knowledge, so what are we using? Tell me what we're using.
Well, I would use pragmatism, inference to the best explanation given multiple competing ideas, right? And so using inference to the best explanation given multiple competing ideas will never get you to knowledge. It'll just get you the best explanation given the data that we see. And so my position is that though I will never know for sure whether God exists, I look at things, like philosophy, like epistemology, for instance. And I believe the premises of epistemology, for instance, um, are made sense of by God, that the moral category is activated by God. I mean, even Friedrich Nietzsche would agree with that, right? So God makes sense of so much of what we see in the universe as human beings interacting with one another, that I think it's
Yes.
more likely that God exists than not.
Okay.
But
So
I don't know. I
I
don't
see where
know.
you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. That if I can encapsulate the reason why you believe the belief, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm really trying to say this so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's for me, so I understand. It's a pragmatic reason that
Yes.
there is in your mind more reasons to believe it than not.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you're saying, and I think you're also saying that someone else could also have a high level of pragmatism and come to a different conclusion, but that's okay because there's no way to know what the true truth is. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So seems like we're at a high level of confidence, and where truth is very important. And where we are is that we're really confident in something that it's difficult for us to articulate to another person, maybe, why that confidence is so high.
I mean, I could articulate why my confidence is high, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you'd have to stop me. It would take a while. There's lots of reasons that my
Well,
confidence.
yeah. Sure.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
Let me just say something real quick. So I think that the interesting thing that Mr. Biscuit has brought forth is that he's bringing on a belief, but he's not claiming to have knowledge or that he knows things are certainly true, which is something that typically people that we do SE towards, they also bring in a claim about knowledge.
Well, I think that's what I'm trying to understand is that I think that's a very fascinating claim. That
yeah, but he's not.
I think that's
that forward.
That he has knowledge that he does. He's claiming that he has knowledge that he doesn't have something that he's not knowledgeable about. Or what are you saying? I'm sorry.
No, what I was saying, and Mr. Biscuit, you can go ahead and take it after this. Yeah, I was just saying that he's not claiming to know something, where most believers that come forth do have a claim about knowledge. Mr. Biscuit is not saying that.
He says he is claiming that he knows something that he has no knowledge about. Is that what you're saying?
So no. Most believers will claim to be believers, and actually, when you speak to them, they are actually knowers. Whereas with me, I claim to be believer, and I'm actually a believer. I merely have a belief. I don't
merely have a belief. Okay.
Right. And I think that's what Early was. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I hope that's. I think that's what he was trying to explain, and he's accurate.
Okay. And well, that's fine. And it seems like that the way you're describing it, then that seems like anybody could have truly any belief, and that belief really is true in the sense that it couldn't be shown to be false.
No, I mean, like, take for instance the flying spaghetti monster. You've heard of this, Mark, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So I've had atheists talk to me, and they say, well, maybe the universe was created by the flying spaghetti monster. Let's say that, and I'll say, well, the belief that the universe was created by God makes more sense if we're looking at pragmatism than that the universe was created than by the flying spaghetti monster. And then he says, how so? And I say, well, spaghetti is a thing. Spaghetti requires space and time. If you strip spaghetti of the very thing that it makes it spaghetti and call it God and give it all the God attributes, then all you're doing is playing a semantic game, right? So there is some actual sense to God being the necessity for certain things that are outside of the natural world.
If your belief wasn't true about this, and I'm not saying it's the case, but if it wasn't, would you want to know it?
Sure. But I don't think that I could, right? I mean, it's a game I play all the time. I say, okay,
yeah, I think that's where we're left. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let's pretend that God truly doesn't exist in the universe. Let's say that's for the sake of the conversation. Let's say God doesn't exist in the universe. I should still believe in God because the consequences of belief doesn't matter. Right? Evolution doesn't reward for true beliefs. It rewards for pragmatic action.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't want to rabbit trail too much. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right. So I think that's where we are. You have a belief. It's very strong. And the reason why you have the belief is you believe it.
Well, the reason I have the belief is because it makes the most sense of origin, meaning, morality, and destiny with coherence and correspondence. The only atheist that I know who answers those four disciplines in a coherent way is Friedrich Nietzsche, and even he, says, okay, we have to get rid of ethics altogether, to make this work. He mentions the tragedy of the death of God and things of that nature. But
Yeah. But if
yeah,
you met an atheist who had those things, it doesn't sound like you'd still change the belief. You'd still have the belief, I think.
the belief in God.
Yeah, if you met someone with the ethics you're talking about, I don't think that would change the belief for you. Is that right?
Well, in a world where atheism is true, it would make no sense for me to shed the belief in God, because what would the truth grant me in that universe?
Yeah,
Right.
right. I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
in a world where there is no purpose to the universe, right? Where we, it would be an existentialist world, a world in which existence precedes essence. We all decide for ourselves what our purpose is, and so for an atheist, it shouldn't even really matter whether I believe in God or not. I'd just be another complex animal dancing to the music of my DNA.
Yeah. And either way, I mean, it seems like you're going to have the belief, which is it's fine. I do appreciate you telling me. I have a much better sense of how you came about the belief and how you're believing the belief, and I appreciate that. I do, and that's why I enjoy having these conversations about how you know what you know.
I have very, very much enjoyed this conversation, for sure. So, how do you come to the belief in atheism? Or are you an atheist?
Well, I am, but that's not the purpose of. I mean, I'm conducting a more street epistemology, and I'm trying to understand how you've come to know what you've known, and I'm trying to
Oh,
understand the reasons why you believe what you believe. And my belief should be irrelevant. What I believe is unimportant to the conversation.
right.
Yeah.
So people like Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins said, "Biology is the study of things which appear to be designed but are rather evolved." Right. So it was an accomplishment by people like Darwin to show that natural systems could create what appear to be designed. And so what that leads me to believe is that it's fundamental to think that it's all designed. That's what the layman thinks when he looks around. Someone who's unstudied in science, who's untaught in philosophy, is going to look around and say, okay, well, yeah, my hand was designed to grip things, my eye was designed to see things, my ear was designed to hear things. And though that may be sophomoric to believe those kind of things, you really need to be taught and entrenched with a lot of doctrines in order to believe, anything else. And for me, I'm still at that fundamental God belief. I haven't been convinced by atheism.
Okay.
I have a couple of, or I just have a one last question before we wrap up with Mr. Biscuit, because I think we have some other questions coming up. And my question is, are there any downsides for someone to hold a belief in high confidence for pragmatic reasons?
That's a good question.
Are there downsides to pragmatism?
Are there downsides for someone to use the reasons you're using to hold a high belief in confidence? Or to hold a belief in high confidence?
That is an interesting question.
Well, you can think about it. We're going to get to some other questions, and maybe you can come
Sure.
back during the open discussion. But you said you're a rapper, right?
That's right.
A rapper. Okay, cool. Did you want to throw down a couple of lines for us before we move on?
You want some bars?
Do it. Give
All
it
right,
to
let me
me.
see. And some of this might be hard to understand, but listen. I said your heart Your heart's what you're beating too hard, thinking you're hard to be beaten. Your bars ain't even odd enough for the odds to be even. Like a gun in a struggle, you are what not to be leaving. Write Jar Jar Binks on his tombstone. He's in a plot for no reason. Let partner play. They gon' bring him in unconscious for the doctor's stay. When I said, when will he resuscitate? He said, well, it's hard to say. Your role is to be deceased. You should recognize the part you play. Any sport, think it's a game played. You are not 2K. When he said, fair warning, do not talk heavy. I'm diagnosed with scoliosis. My disposition is off already. My pad lately, advanced rabies, which is doggone deadly. I told them all I spit is Coke lines and y'all brought Pepsi.
Awesome.
That's very
Your
good.
turn, Mark.
That was great.
Awesome. Very loved it.
Cool.
That was great.
Mark, are you okay with moving on to another question?
Yeah. Let's do it.
I didn't want to cut you off, but
No. Let's do it.
we'll come back. We'll come back with open discussion. Hopefully,
Yeah, whatever
Mr.
you'd like.
Biscuit, you'll stick around and maybe continue this with some other people on the stage also. Thanks so much, Mr. Biscuit. Welcome to the club, and hopefully we'll hear from you again soon.
For sure.
All right. So, if Mr. Biscuit, if you wouldn't mind moving down to the audience, and I will bring up the next person up. All right, Mike. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, Mike.
Well, I sent the invite. Oh, there he is. Hey, Mike, go ahead if you have any comments or questions for Mike or Mike, we see you unmuted but no audio.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, you're coming through now.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I know. I just had a question about the other conversation, so I probably shouldn't be up here.
What was your question? This is Lamont, Mr. Biscuit said.
It was just about the idea of what knowledge is and inference to the best explanation. The idea of what best is, because it means that you would need some type of contrasting reference, which to me is knowledge, right? It's like, in order to assume which is the best in determining what you want, you would have to have some type of understanding of things that basically kind of like that apply to the laws of logic. And those things to me would be like the equivalent to mathematical truths. So even though like the outcome of the conclusion might not be, capital T truth, which I don't even think that we have access to, what I'm saying is that even to make that determination would require some type of knowledge or some type of information that's grounded by something other than just a belief. Belief meaning.
If I could maybe play Mr. Biscuit's advocate here, the thing is that he wasn't claiming any knowledge. He wasn't bringing on a.
I know he was saying that.
Yeah.
I know he was saying that. He was actually saying that. I heard what he was saying, but when it came down to how do you know what you know, and he uses inference to the best explanation to kind of reduce which is most likely true. That means he's using truths to determine which is most likely true. Otherwise, how do you determine the inference to the best explanation unless you have other information that's already grounded that you could seek out towards this unknown thing we're looking towards? You would have to have some type of grounding to something that you're comparing it to. Otherwise, there'd be no use for the inference to the best explanation. Inference to the best explanation has to do with probability, right? Probability has to do with things that occur, right? So, like I said, even though the conclusion of what we're looking for, it might be unknown, it might be what's best answered. What we would contrast that to determine which is the best explanation are things that require grounding. That is knowledge.
I think what Mike's saying that you need a baseline of knowledge to even
correct
have enough knowledge to reject knowledge.
Correct. or to say that I don't think that we know. When he says I don't think that we know knowledge, like that belief, knowledge is a subset of beliefs. I agree to that, right? It's justified belief, right? It's things that tend to demonstrate themselves. So when we make a claim of knowledge, like where are we getting that from? It's coming, like you said, it's coming from some type of baseline, and how are we creating that baseline? So that's I think, Mark, you just explained it better than I did in fewer words.
This
So
I think this would be a great time to go ahead and open up, have the open discussion. We'll bring Mr. Biscuit back up if they would like to be back up. That way they can answer for themselves. And we'll go ahead and bring whoever wants to be up on the stage for open discussion. But right before we do that, I just want to again thank Mark Solomon, our special guest today, for being here. It's been so good today. I'm so glad that you were here. Again, thanks Alfonso for opening the room early, for making it all go smoothly. You've been doing a fantastic job. Good to see you, Mike. I'm still going to be here. I'm going to be listening for probably the next 10 minutes or so. I've got to get something going, but I will be back for open discussion. Mark, stay as long as you want. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks, guys. That was awesome. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, David. Thank you so much. I'm realizing why I'm becoming so lazy. I have early Mike and other members of the club always on stage. And if I stick long enough, they ask all the questions I'm thinking and even more eloquently. And they understand things sometimes better than I do. So I'm kind of sitting in my laurels and watching the show instead of challenging myself. So that's a thing to think about.
Mike, you're too good.
You too early. Okay, I'm just gonna let's just give invitations to everyone in the audience to join us.
Yeah. So.
No, we don't want to invite Mr. Rec. So, Mark, you wanted to what was it? Do practice a little on me, or what were we trying to do earlier?
Yeah, I'm trying to see who's talking right now. I'm not seeing that.
Alfonso.
Yeah, we could do that if you'd like. I have a little bit more time, and then I'll have to go eat dinner myself. So, yeah, let's do it.
So I don't know what prompted you to. I don't even remember what was I making a claim? Was I?
I don't think you made a claim. I don't remember hearing a claim from you, but I'd be happy to investigate it and collaborate and talk with you about the claim.
I'm not. The things I don't remember when people ask me for a claim. I don't know if I chicken out or my brain just shuts down.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I do have a claim actually.
Yeah.
I don't know what we were talking about at the moment. Just before Mr. Biscuit came in, you asked me to do something, and I'm not really sure what.
Well, I don't remember myself, but I mean, you can do a new claim or make up a claim, or it could be whatever you'd like. Or, and it's really, and from my standpoint, it's really kind of to just demonstrate.
I remember what I was saying. Now I'm starting to remember. It's. I'm still trying to train my brain, right? Trying to get into the mindset of, and I found it really hard.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Right. I think, yeah, and I get that. I totally get that because I mean, I think a lot of us have had that experience, like around the dinner table with family members or relatives, and it's not how these typical conversations go. They more one person states what they think is true, and the other person states what they think is true, and they may give their reasons, and the way I'm approaching it is just maybe we could agree, but tell me if you disagree. I'd like to hear it. That it seems like having those kinds of conversations about beliefs, it doesn't seem to be doing the job. What do you think?
So I'll actually make I wanted to make a claim, but I think I'd rather see if I can try to engage as an epistemologist with someone, just to give it a try.
Sure.
I don't know if anybody has a claim. I think Rush, Bridget.
So I can give a claim to you, and you'll be the street epistemologist. Is that what you're saying?
I'll
give you a claim. I'll give you a claim, and I'd like to make it really straightforward, and just that way we can kind of. It helps to give like super straightforward claims, and then people understand, I think, more how it works. And my claim is the world is flat. That is my claim.
Okay. You're wrong. No, just kidding. Okay, so why do you have this belief? Is it a belief, should I say?
Yes, it's a belief, and I know it's true. I'm very confident that it's true. And the reason why I know it's true, it's simple, because, anyone can look out their window and see for themselves the world is flat. You can look out your window. I can look out my window. I see a flat world. And so to say that it's round is kind of ridiculous.
So how would you define flatness?
Well, I can just look out and it looks flat. Flatness are things that are flat in my world.
What would it take for it to be curved?
What would it take to be curved? That if I looked outside my world and I looked outside my window and I saw a curved earth, then I would say the earth is curved. But I've never seen that happen.
Did you have a window?
I have a window.
Right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe what you see outside?
I see I don't really see a horizon, but when I've seen horizons, to me, they've been flat.
Okay. So you have to see a horizon to make the claim that it's flat. You can't just stare out of any window and make that claim.
Yeah, usually when I've ever thought about it, it's only been when I've been looking out at a horizon and I've seen the world to be flat. Yeah.
Do you have any other tools that you could use to measure the flatness or roundness, or is it just your eyesight?
I don't know about other tools, but that seems to be the tool I'm using. That's what I use is my eyesight to see that the world is flat. I don't really need much else to tell me otherwise, because I don't need other things to tell me the obvious.
So if I told you, do you have a surface near you that you could touch?
A surface? Yeah. Sure.
Could you touch it for me?
Yeah.
You don't mind?
I touched it.
What do you feel?
It's flat.
Okay. So could we say that there are other tools besides our eyesight that could help us understand that something is flat or rugged or whatever?
Yeah. All right. So Alfonso, do you want to turn it around? Do you want to have that belief now? All right.
Yeah. Okay. The same belief, right?
Same belief. Alfonso, how do you know your belief? What's the main reason why you know your belief is true?
Okay, I know that.
And you might be helpful if you give the same reason I gave, if you'd like.
I have a creative, at least a wannabe creative brain, and I don't like taking other people's ideas. So I'm kind of running away from
No.
it.
Just to show the example of how street epistemology works. If you
cool.
wanted to say
yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So I can see out my window, and when I see the horizon, it seems flat. That's all. Yeah.
So the main reason why, and correct me if I'm wrong, the primary reason why you believe the belief, if I was to say it back to you, is that you have the personal experience that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Okay. If Fred is, let's say, sitting next to you, and Fred, his personal experience, his belief, his personal experience, he's looked out the world and he's seen that the world is circular around. And that's why he believes it. He believes that the world is round for the same reason. Basically, you believe the world is flat. I'm a third person. I would like to know just what's true about the world. If it's true, I'd like to know it. If it's not true, I'd rather not believe it. How could I learn between you and Tony talking what the objective truth of the matter is?
You would have to see how reliable our resources are.
Okay. How could I decide between you and Tony, you think? I mean, let's work this out together. How it seems like you're asking for a test. You're setting up a test. How could I find out some test between whether Tony's belief about the world being curved and your belief about the world being flat is true? What could we do?
We would have to see where he gets his information from. So yeah, back to the resources, and where I get my.
Go ahead.
Anyway, where I get my information.
Yeah. Well, it seems like where you guys are getting your information from, and the why you both believe the belief is personal experience. You believe the belief because you've had the personal experience. You've seen the world as flat, and that's why you believe the belief. And Tony has the exact same reason he believes the belief: personal experience. He's looked outside and he's seen the world, and it looks curved to him. So that's the reasons why you believe the belief. So I'm trying to see, it seems like you both believe the beliefs on personal experience. And so if we can't, I'm wondering if, in this case, is personal experience a reliable way to know what is true?
It seems it's not, because we both have a personal experience in their country.
Yeah, so I think I see where you're coming from. So is there a second best reason that that maybe you know the world to be flat?
When I go up a mountain, I always come back down. I can't always go up, or always go.
I'm trying to understand. So I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. So you always come back down. I see.
Yeah. So if it was flat, if it was round, if I keep going in one direction, it would kind of be going down, right? But I'm always going straight. Or if I go up a hill, I always come back to the flat.
Okay. So you have the experience of going up, and then you have the experience of coming back down, you're saying. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So just hypothetically, if it seems like you have these experiences, and again, it seems like we're talking about personal experience. And if Tony, for whatever reason, he didn't have those experiences, and I know that sounds strange, but if he didn't have that as experiences, it seems like would we be in the same spot? It seems like we would. I'm trying to think of like how, since we decided that personal experience might not be the best way to discover what's true here, I'm wondering what would be another way to find out what's true about the world, if it's straight, if it's flat or round? If personal experience isn't the way to go, I'm wondering what would be a way to go.
So I've given you two reasons. You've given me one, so I think my personal experience is kind of proving to be righter. But if we were forced to have another one that's not a personal experience,
yeah, what would be a second best reason? What would be a second best reason behind personal experience to find out maybe how something is true? Do you think, just generally speaking?
We would have to ask someone who has a way to measure.
So it seems like you're talking about object. So it seems like you're talking about set of personal experience, which seems to be subjectively what we think. Maybe if there's a way that we could find out more objectively what is true, in the sense that an objective test.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe we could come up with a test, a way to find out whether the world is flat or the world is round. How do you think, in your mind, how would that test look to you? How could we set up a test like that?
So we could have a rope tied to a boat, and then tied to another boat, and then the boats would have to go far away without it sagging, and it would have to go into the water. I guess that would be.
I see what you're saying. So I don't know if this test has been run before, but hypothetically, if we could run this test, and we have two boats, and you're on one of the boats, and you can even watch the test yourself, and if that rope dipped into the water, would you reduce your confidence in your belief, or do you think you'd have your belief at the same level of confidence you have now?
I would have to question it still to see that that everything has been done properly and that there haven't been any errors, because I'm quite sure it's flat. I mean, everything shows it is.
If the test was done to your satisfaction, did the test, you knew somehow you could know everything you knew about this test? I mean, you somehow hypothetically had perfect knowledge about how this test was performed, and the rope sagged and touched the water. Would you reduce your confidence in the belief?
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
And that's street epistemology in a nutshell.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Now I'm convinced. Now I'm convinced the Earth is flat.
And that's really what it is. It's just, and that's why it's useful to use as an example, a really basic true or false claim. And these claims don't often happen in the real world. I get it. But for the purposes of explaining how it works, these kind of claims really help, because you're really trying to understand. I'm honestly, the claim doesn't matter to me. I'm really trying to understand how you form beliefs, how you know what you know.
Ella había sido. ¿Yo qué está pasando? ¿Por qué está llamando?
Hey, Alfonso, you're still on.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, something strange happened. I started calling someone. It was my daughter on the other phone, so I apologize.
That's okay. Mark, what I was going to say is we did bring up the other folks on stage.
Yeah.
Maybe we can actually find someone that actually has a claim
sure
that they would like to have tested. So let's just open it up to the floor. If anybody has a claim and or comments about street epistemology, go ahead.
Well, I came. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, I came up to thank Dave and Alfonso and Erle and this room. It's unbelievable. Mark, I'm so impressed with the patience that you have. Sometimes I thought that you were giving up, and you keep, because to me it seems that you sincerely want to get to know how they believe what they believe. And thank you for sharing your talent. And
Thank you
do
so
you
much. That's very nice.
do you have I think it would be something good if a pamphlet can be put on, like uh writing down the questions that you ask, because I think it's really important. I think one of the problems that folks were having was that formulating the questions. And
Yeah.
I want to do that. I was trying to write the questions down that you were asking.
Oh, yeah. So I should have probably said this way before, but yeah, so it's just, I mean, there's many ways to go about this, and it depends on what's your best way of learning. And thank you for bringing this question up. My gosh, I should have probably talked about this way earlier. That, how I learned was kind of a weird way. I just was watching videos of people doing it, and that's just how I learned better. But that's not how most people learn. And if you want to start at a place, go to Street Epistemology International. Go to that website, and that's the nonprofit that does this. And some of us are connected. I'm not on the board there or anything like that. I don't work for them or anything like that. I like do things for them as volunteers, but it's a great way to start. And what we're doing now through Street Epistemology International is we're creating a workbook, like a way to learn how to do this. And it's not something that can be perfectly standardized for sure, but it's something that we're meeting like quite a bit. We're spending hours of our time trying to, go through the steps of what's involved. And I didn't really go into the weeds too much about that, about, each step that we do to how it works. Because sometimes that can be, in my mind, that can be a little bit, when you get in the weeds like that, sometimes it can be a little bit confusing if this is the first time you've ever heard of it, and I try to give like the mile high view of why it's happening and basically what's going on. But there are definitely ways to do this. I mean, there are, some people would rather just do this like this. You can do this following a decision tree based on the response you get. And that's a way to learn how to do it. And then and sometimes then that will probably make a lot more sense by looking at that. But thanks, Kat here. How do you pronounce your name? Kadir? Kadir?
I think that was Eris.
Oh,
You
okay.
know what?
Irish, yes, Irish.
Oh, Eris. I'm sorry, I didn't see
we
that.
should
Eris.
Yeah, I definitely want to learn. I just have I have a 25-year-old son, and I wish if I had heard you before, because we were back and forth. He doesn't want to put the COVID vaccine on, and he gave me the same reasons that were used here, like all. He wasn't. He has emergency approval and all.
Yeah.
I just wish I had your patience and go through the process of just at least get him where he sees where he believes comes from.
Well, thanks for that. And you're so not alone there. I mean, and it's really why I have conversations this way, because, if someone's belief, and I think maybe it was Alfonso who said it or Early who said it, is that a lot of beliefs, some beliefs don't matter and don't impact other people, but many beliefs have a direct impact on themselves and their health and the people around them. And having false beliefs can have consequences. And I totally hear where you're coming from. And that's, I want to have beliefs in a manner where I can help someone show themselves that the way they're forming a belief might be problematic, as opposed to me telling them it's problematic. I want them to show themselves that it's problematic. I mean, that should make inherent sense.
I'm gonna, if anybody wants, there's this SE survey that I don't know if I think we haven't mentioned it today, but it's like a questionnaire, right? That has a few sections like what is truth, how does a belief work, and when should we believe, and you can get your questions out of there. I haven't actually used
please
it
share
myself,
that.
but
Please share the PDF if you have it audio. I don't have it, but that's an awesome. That's an awesome questionnaire that Nathan, who runs another channel called Abstract Activist, and he was most responsible for developing it, and it's a way to have a SE conversation even without, SE. I mean, it's just really kind of asking yourselves questions about how you see the world.
If anybody here wants the link to that, get a hold of me and I'll share that link with you.
Yeah, I have it too, and I got it sent again by Reed. Thank you for that. And you can also go to streetepistemology.com or .org, .com, right? And
I think it's .org, if I remember correctly.
Either or.
I thought it was, but now I found that you can also use .com. The one Reed just sent me was streetepistemology.com /resources #top.
So I have a question, may I?
Please.
Is there, can you sort of, whenever possible, is it possible to share an example of how you actually hold somebody's attention to even go this route forward? So this is a really great space. These rooms are amazing because the level of patience, the understanding is amazing. Nobody gets on the defensive, but the moment you start to question, it's like it's taken as aggression, and it's so difficult to pave your way through to even patiently go through that process. So that is where it gets most challenging. So once you engage with someone who's willing to, like in a forum such, it's fantastic. But how do you sort of just inch your way into a space and actually go this route?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Wow, that's just so good. And so I want to address one thing you said that I just think it's worth repeating, is that part of why SE seems to work is that if you do it well, and sometimes I do it well, sometimes I crash and burn, but I pick myself up and try again, is that you're really trying to divorce your emotions, you're trying to be objective, and you're really trying to understand how they know what they know, and you're asking questions about that. And if you do that in a real honest way, that to know how they know what they know, they'll receive it as such, and they won't become defensive, because that when someone becomes defensive, then they're much, much less likely to change their belief if it needs to be changed, of course, and they're much less likely to do that. And so part of how to do that is to practice. And how I would practice, an easy way to practice, is that there is a Street Epistemology Discord channel. And if you go to the Street Epistemology Discord channel, at any given time, there are people practicing with each other. You can go into voice rooms, and one person pretends to have a claim or has a real claim, and one person pretends to be the street epistemologist, and they practice. And if there's a family member that you'd like to talk to, a family member you'd like to address the claim with, either as a street epistemologist or as you'd want to present your claim to someone else, and you're seeing it in terms of your family or friends or sub issue in your life, you can go to the Street Epistemology Discord channel and practice with the claim and get better at this style of talking. And I would definitely encourage doing that first, because it's a skill. And a lot of it's counterintuitive. It is a counterintuitive skill to have a conversation where you are 99% of the time asking questions and not making statements, asking questions through a whole conversation. That's weird. I mean, it just doesn't seem, just on the face of it, it's just not how we generally talk. So to do that does require some practice to do it well. But I've heard people who on the Discord channel who they're not content creators like Reed or I, but I've heard some people who just have awesome street epistemology conversations, just, getting it right and really and practicing for a purpose. And I think if we all have conversations this way, there's 6,000 people on the channel. If 60,000 or 6 million people talked and had conversations in this manner, goodness,
Utopia.
I think we could really get somewhere.
Yeah, that would be utopia.
Yeah, I'm not just trying to be, all Pollyannish and stuff, but I think that's just, even no matter what you believe, like I think I said at the beginning, you could be anti-vax, and learn street epistemology so you could have a better conversation with your vax friend. And that's a legit use of street epistemology, right?
Yep.
Because you could be anti-vax and really believe it, and you really want to know the reliability of the vax friend you have, how they know what they know, how they form their belief and their confidence behind that belief. And that's a perfectly acceptable way to use street epistemology. And if they're using it that way with you and you're using it that way with them, I'm thinking that's a better way to get to maybe an objective truth.
Yeah, on that.
And I think to backpack on what you were just saying, Mark, and to help answer your question, Rush, I would recommend modeling the behavior you want your conversation partner to display.
Yep. Very good.
Yeah, but if it's on a particular subject, so just to take this example, Mark, what you said about vax and anti-vax, if let's say I'm coming from a place where I'm not well informed in terms of terminology, the medical terminology, etc., and the other person starts to use the terminology which I am unfamiliar with. Yep. In which case, true or false doesn't matter, but for me, I can't even question it or challenge it because I do not have that piece of information, right or wrong.
I hear you.
In which case, where does this go? So it's not about convincing each other. It's not about
You're not
believing.
convincing.
Yeah, it's not about that. Yeah.
So that is an excellent question. We're used to having conversations where they're dependent on the knowledge you have about the subject. And those, they don't often go well for a variety of reasons. And one is that your information may greatly differ from their information. And then there you are, right? And the best street epistemology conversations I've ever had, and I'm wondering if Reed would agree, is that when I know truly nothing about what they're talking about, because I'm a blank slate and the belief doesn't get in the way of me asking the questions. I don't have any preconceived notions about the belief. It could be true, could be false. I don't know. And I'm just asking questions about how they formed the belief, the mile high view. And so what specific information they know isn't quite relevant. It's how they have formed that belief that led to that information, the epistemology they used, right? Because we can all form beliefs in different ways, and we can even get to the same belief, but using different ways to get there. I can believe that vaccines are going to kill me because I'm relying on the hardcore science that vaccines are going to kill me. And I've read peer-reviewed articles on it, and that is my epistemology, and I can show you that's how I come to the things I know. But I can still come to that very same belief because my pastor told me it's true, and so it's true. And I'm trying to find the reliability of the things we know, of how we know things we know. And I would ask questions related to that. Do you think getting, let's say, scientific information from a pastor, is that a reliable way to get information? If so, let's talk about why you think that is. It doesn't matter what that information is. Let's talk about why that's a reliable way to get information. Hopefully I explained that well.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. That was good. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. But definitely go to the Discord channel, and you can see people practicing with each other. It's kind of fun. And you can do audio and type in your chats and video even, and you can see people having these kinds of conversations. And it's
and how do I access that? It's the same link?
Yeah, so Discord's a server. I mean, like, you go to Discord like you go to Club Deck, I guess. And then I guess you just type in Street Epistemology, one word with a hashtag, I believe. And I think you'd be able to find it.
Cool. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Thank you. That was very, very kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to add real fast that
I just copied the. I just want to say I have the link to the Discord server if anyone's interested. I'll send it to you,
Please,
Rush.
thank you.
And also, if you guys want to, so Leela and Bridget here on the stage did a bit of the street epistemology this morning, and I don't know if they want to share it after David makes a comment that he was about to make before I interrupted. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. And you're coming in and out of the matrix just a little bit, Alfonso. It sounded like it cleared up. But I just wanted to add to what Mark was saying with Rush, is that in my experience, my SE conversations are usually better if the less I know about the subject, because I'm not bringing in my own biases and my own baggage with me to the conversation. I can honestly have a blank slate and ask the right questions, because I want to know how they arrived at the belief, not necessarily examining the truth of the belief. So that might be something to keep in mind, that it might actually be better when you are less knowledgeable about the subject sometimes. So
that helps me.
That's all. Yeah.
And that's why you can have that's why you can have a really good conversation about vaccines and know nothing about vaccines.
I have a question. Do you find that you have conversations with people that share the same like conclusions or belief with you, or are you, like I just heard right now that you have, I think David was saying that he tends to enjoy conversations most towards things that he doesn't know about, and that because, you're remaining in the neutral position because, like you said, you didn't know about it. But when it comes down to a belief, vaccines, killing, not killing, God, not God, and so on, do you tend to find to have these kind of conversations with people that have a different belief or similar to yours? And if it is similar to yours, do you still go about it in a way to find out how they came to their position?
Yes. I find it's more difficult for me to have a conversation with somebody that I agree with. I mean, personally, because you have to take yourself out of it. It's not about you and what you believe, it's what they believe. And sometimes if they give a belief and I agree with it, it's like just in my head, it's hard because I might make the assumption they believe it because the same reason why I believe it, which quite often isn't the case. For example, I live in a fairly progressive liberal area, and I've done some street epistemology here in my town on the street. and I'll have people sit down and they'll talk to me about, well, I believe in social justice, where I believe in there's systematic racism. And, I might believe these beliefs offhand, just in my head, without a gut reaction, maybe. But then and these are on my YouTube channel, if you get like the systematic racism or the social injustice to wonderful people that I talked with on the street, the more I got into the conversation, is like, oh, well, these two people believe their beliefs would be a totally different reason for why I believe the belief. So we need to discuss the reason why they believe the belief. And if that's a reliable reason for them to believe, to hold that belief. So it's, for me, it's much more difficult to have a really good conversation if I happen to have a belief, just gut reaction to what someone is saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Alfonso, I can give a little feedback about earlier. I hope I sound okay. I'm traveling and I don't know if there's too much road noise.
No road noise, a little bit in the background, but perfect.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, thanks for hosting this room. I have found it incredibly helpful. And earlier today, Alfonso was letting me and it was Bridget, I think, do a little bit of practice. And much like Mark just said, it was kind of difficult because I didn't disagree with what she was saying, but in the interest of doing the practice, I had to continue to try and come up with questions. And so that was a little bit challenging, but it was actually helpful, and maybe more helpful when it comes to utilizing this type of conversational style in examining my own beliefs. I also wanted to clarify, Alfonso, earlier you said that, well, you asked in that room, you asked if Bridget or I had heard of street epistemology previously. And what I said was that I had not heard of it previously, but that I learned about it it was not an atheism room. It was another room that I was in with a common clubhouse friend of ours and Early mentioned it, and it made me very curious about it. And then I actually,
in half a mile, keep left to stay on I-71 North.
I did Google it, and I think I watched some of Anthony somebody's videos.
Magna Bosco.
Yes. And then, of course, just through kind of becoming a little bit more active in the atheism club rooms,
keep left to stay on I-71 North.
Sorry.
No worries.
I did have the opportunity to observe it and kind of understand what I was observing, because I had certainly noticed the way that Early in that other room had, I think primarily it's that dispassion and just the calm way of engaging and asking more questions than making statements. And so I really appreciated it. But I will say, when I was kind of researching it, watching videos, and then also in some of the rooms, I have witnessed it used, and I think now in a way that Mark would probably say is unskillfully, without that. I really, really appreciated the paragraph that you say to yourself before you go into one of these conversations, so that you are coming from this place of genuine interest in how someone came to this conclusion, or why they believe what they believe. Because I've seen people kind of pushed in a way that really it felt like the intention was something different. And so I was even kind of coming at it with a little bit of skepticism, but overall my experience with it has been incredibly positive. What I've observed, I've not had the opportunity to practice it too much. And then another way I've seen it kind of used in a way that just gave me pause was when someone has a belief that is fairly benign and not kind of out of the ordinary. And an example I'll give is the example we used earlier today, which was that, God exists, but this person's kind of concept of God was very, very much kind of like Mr. Biscuit, actually, and probably not dissimilar from my own concept of God. And I see people just continuing to kind of push and push and push, and it almost just feels unkind. And so, I just listening to you today, and then the thing about the truth scale, how on a scale of 1 to 7, how confident are you that this is true, and how important is truth to you? That seems incredibly important too, because I've also seen people just butt their heads up against each other when at the end of the day, the person, the interlocutor, I think is the correct term, was not really all that interested in the truth. So again, I that was helpful this morning. This room and the information shared and the practices that I've observed have been incredibly helpful. Thanks so much.
Oh, that's awesome. And so you've been practicing in Discord? Is that where you've been?
No. We were in a clubhouse room earlier today with Alfonso.
Oh, a
and
clubhouse room.
Yeah.
I see. Very cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And you're talking about, sometimes people can push too far, and right. And sometimes you get to the point in a conversation where, if there really is nothing to disconfirm someone's belief, that's one reason. I mean, eventually the conversation would need to end, because if there's nothing disconfirming, then there's nothing disconfirming. And you could talk about that some. And if that kind of epistemology is a helpful epistemology, but eventually, it's difficult to move forward from those conversations, and those probably should end without too much pushing. And then the other kinds is when you have objective versus subjective truth conversations, and sometimes you can get to a point where that you really try to get on the same page about how to see truth, and if you can't, then you can agree to talk about it later and things like that. But pushing at that point sometimes can be counterproductive as well, right? And there's points in a conversation where pushing is probably not a good idea. And another good reason is if it's if it's a psychological reason that if you pushed and took it away from them, they would, they wouldn't know what to do with themselves, or they just would be at a complete loss because there's nothing to put back in to resupport those beams in their house. And, we all have beliefs that are important to us, but some beliefs are so crucial to someone's existence that by challenging them in that sense, you could be doing some real damage. And that's completely the opposite of what we want. We don't want people to be hurt by this. We want people to be helped by this. And so that's an important thing to gauge, that stop pushing when you see that their anxiety is increasing and they're becoming upset. And obviously this belief is important to them, it's working in their lives. If it wasn't, they wouldn't have it.
Would you say, Mark, that these conversations are more important for certain types of beliefs?
How do you mean?
Well, I guess I just, I imagine that this is sort of a mission for you. I mean, it's something that you're driven to share. And so I'm just curious. I think I have an answer to this, but I'm curious about your answer. Is that, would, generally speaking, would the world be a better place if people, well, that's not exactly what I was going to try to ask you. I can't remember what I said at first. I'm having the Alfonso syndrome.
Well, so I'm making a leap of things that I know versus a belief. And we're getting more into a belief than I think a knowledge statement in my mind, that it's a belief that I think the world would be a better place if we could all talk with each other in this manner. I think there's evidence that this is true. We don't have scientific evidence yet, and I think we are working on that, to how to design like a double-blind kind of study that would root out biases to find out truly, objectively, if this kind of conversation is better than, say, a persuasion conversation. And we don't have that data yet. So the best we have right now is personal experience, and I do get the paradox of that. But there is evidence that this works in other domains like psychology and cognitive behavioral therapy and clinical psychology. And there's tons of data there for these kinds of doing these kinds of things, but more beliefs about people having internal beliefs about themselves, as opposed to, let's say, a God belief and things like that. But yeah, I think I feel very passionate about it, for sure. And hopefully the data we'll see if the data reflects that when actual objective studies are done on street epistemology, which is part of the reason why we're right in the middle of producing a workbook for it, so people can learn it in a standardized way. And of course, when street epistemology is more standardized, then we have something to more reliably test.
Can I respond to Lila real quick? Lila, you asked the original question. I don't know if this is what you forgot, but you asked, is this more appropriate for certain type of knowledge or claims? And at least to that question, I would answer that I think this is important for any type of question. And guys, I'm driving, so let me know if I cut out or if I go into the matrix. I think this is good for any type of knowledge. And kind of driving to the second part of what you brought up, I think what drives me, or the reason why I like this and why I binge watched Reed and Anthony's videos, is because I do think that the world would be a better place if people had more critical thinking and they were able to kind of know why they know things. A lot of times there's so many ways that belief systems kind of get into our heads, and questioning those beliefs, which often end up driving our behavior, informing the way we behave or the way we engage the world, the way we view the world. I think the world will be a better place for that reason. That's the second thing I want to say. The last thing I'll say, I absolutely have an example of a conversation that I engaged with, where the person ended up in a worse place because of how much I pushed and because of the way I pushed. And I think that the whole being kind part of this is very important, and I'm 100% for it. Being kind in these conversations is very important to me.
Yeah, good point.
Thanks. That was a great.
I have a question, because when you said earlier that we don't want to hurt people, we want to help them with what? I mean, like, what are we, like, you're going into this to have a conversation. There's an assumption that we're trying to find a flaw in their logic or in their reasoning, which I like. I'm known to be a pusher.
Yeah.
But I think pushing is contingent to the individual. I think Lamont, Mr. Biscuit, I think he loves responding. The confidence in his responses is, in my opinion, admirable. There's another guy, Faisal. He's a Muslim. I think he loves expressing his perspectives. I don't think there's any question that'll shake their beliefs or disbeliefs. And initially, I was annoyed, but at the end of the day, they're the most fun. What happens is that people initiate in a conversation, and then they find themselves struggling due to questions, and then they want to me, it's like somebody that's running, and as long as they're ahead, they're going to race. But once somebody passes them up, then they're going to trip and fall and cry about an ankle sprain. You know what I mean? It's like, I just feel like sometimes the pushing thing could be, it is true. I heard somebody in here the other day, and this person was talking about something, and just from this person's tone, I can tell you don't want to play with this type of, you don't want to play this game with this person, because there is more importance to that. So I'm with that. I have friends that also are, I guess you could say, susceptible to, almost harming themselves if certain foundations are shaken up.
Right.
But man, if we're in a clubhouse and you're coming into an atheist room to talk about your religious belief, it's kind of like, all right, what am I to infer from that? That you just want to come in here and spread the gospel or whatever the case is?
Yeah, I totally see where you're coming from, Mike. I do. And actually, I've had plenty of those kind of conversations myself, as I probably many street epistemologists have at some point. And just tell me what you think here. To me, we live in such a polarized world, a country, right? And I'm thinking, my goal here, if we really want to change someone's beliefs, if they need to be changed, what's going to be the best way to go about this? And maybe pushing is a way to go about it, and maybe it works. But it hasn't been my experience that really changes things. And my experience is that when I have changed things, and it's not with one conversation. It's usually we've had a wonderful conversation and they've agreed to come on my show again, and we'll talk again, and we'll keep on keeping the conversation running, and we develop this relationship, and they're able to show themselves that the belief that they hold, or the manner that they form their beliefs, is not a reliable manner to form beliefs. They show themselves that, and I'm not showing them that. And for whatever reason, that seems to be a big difference.
I hear that, and I do. Yeah, you're probably going to get more out of a conversation, especially if you invest more, right? If you care about the person or the conversation that you're talking about. Ironically, Matt Dillahunty is a strong proponent to my atheism. It was his approach, it was his tone, it was the callers as well, right?
Sure.
That guy right there, I mean, like, I have him to thank, because I look at the world very differently. Now, maybe it's just my nature to appeal to something like that, right? I'm not going to lie. The street epistemology videos are very slow for me, but that could just be in contrast to my nature. However, when I have a relationship with somebody, then I guess I apply more of this kind of like this type of conversation approach, especially when I feel that I don't want to jeopardize my relationship in the future. And it even happens in here. Like, there are times where initially, when I don't know somebody, whatever, I can be more aggressive, and as I get to know them, then my aggression goes down, because ultimately, like, I don't care so much most of the time. And this is going to sound really fucking douchey, but I'll just be honest. I don't care so much to change people's minds. I don't even want that responsibility. To me, this is a fun game, and I like scoring points sometimes. And if we're gonna be here to have a conversation, it's kind of like, well, this is this and that is that, and I like to play that mental chess. I like to see what I can catch. I like to see what I can't catch. I love Judge Judy sometimes, because sometimes she says things after the fact. I'm like, fuck, how come I didn't catch that? Like, how is her brain able to see these things? Same with other people. So to me, ultimately, it goes back and forth. But when we say,
that's another reason to have these kind of conversations. And I'm not trying to be on a high horse about it. I'm really not. I think what I'm saying is that, we're just having these conversations for different reasons. Where I'm coming from is, let's say we live in a country where half the country thinks that vaccines are going to kill them, and half the country thinks that vaccines are going to save them from COVID. And we all have to live on the same planet in the same country. And it'll help if we have a shared reality, I think it would help us all if we could live in a shared reality where we are basing our beliefs on things on fairly reliable reasons to base beliefs on things, and we hold the similar confidence levels in our beliefs when those confidence levels are warranted. And it's just because we do have to share this. We have to share the country. We have to, and
Absolutely.
yeah. And just trying to think of how else are things going to change?
I do believe it's circumstantial. I have family members. I got one of the vaccine shots. I had some type of odd reaction, so I just opted out of the second one. But man, when I got the first one, it was like, I mean, till this day, I'll probably get a text message, about, something or some meme about how it is. And, I push back, obviously, as far as whatever. I have my own method. I'm not some like vaccine doctor or expert or anything like that, but I definitely did my research before I allowed anything to enter my system for the most part. So
Yeah.
I'm with it. I don't think that you're on a high horse, but I don't think I'm going to convince anybody. That's my experience from the past. I do not believe that people that come in to or engage in a conversation are going to walk away with a changed belief. That's
And
just
that's what
my
I agree with
understanding.
you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think convincing somebody is really, really difficult, and if not impossible. And I don't know if I've ever convinced someone of a belief change. And maybe you sounds like you have, but that's just my personal experience. And when when I've had conversations and their beliefs have changed, it's them looking inwards to themselves, and they're looking at their own internal logic, and I'm not really involved. The best conversations I've had in street epistemology is when these really super long pauses in the conversation. They're called aporias, APORIA. These really long pauses, and I'll ask a question, or another street epistemologist will ask a question, and there's no immediate response. They just sit there and they think about it for like a minute before responding. And that's the best thing you can see, because they're thinking about what you're telling them. They're actually considering changing a belief if it needs to be changed. And so it's coming from within. And for whatever reason, that seems to be really important.
I didn't frame my question all that well earlier, but regardless, what I'm hearing you all say, which I think I can sort of agree with, is, and what I think I'm observing is that when someone does hold a really, really strong belief that we may even deem as being a harmful belief, either to themselves or others, that we're not always going to get anywhere with them. But I think what I will say, at least for myself, is that, especially here in the Clubhouse platform, that modeling that conversation style, it might be more valuable for the people who are listening. So
yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, you're modeling being an active listener and really considering what someone's saying. And if you do that, I think typically most people will respond to that and try to have the conversation in a similar way. It's hard to have one person being, up in your grill and the other person being an active listener. It's hard to sustain a conversation like that.
I just also want to say that when I said that I don't think I'm going to convince anybody, the irony that I find in my own statement is that I was convinced by a series of conversations and by, a handful of people that I was consistently listening to.
Sure.
But I guess you can say one of the reasons why I was unconvinced, or whatever the case was because I was able to hear both sides go toe to toe. And that to me is my favorite. Like in boxing, I use this analogy a lot. Boxing, they have something called shadow boxing, where the boxer is like kind of punching in the air to warm up. So I think when you shadow box, you can look incredible. But when you get into the ring and someone's actually punching back at you, you get to see actually how good your skill is. So to me, when I hear that's why I love William. If William Lane Craig is debating, I want to hear it. Right?
Yeah.
I don't even believe what he believes. I like people that can present good arguments and they can go toe to toe. And to me, that's just as exciting as some people watching the Super Bowl. It really excites the crap out of me. So that's how I learn. It's amazing to me.
No, I actually, you know what? I get it. I like to like you like to listen to him, I like to listen to Sam Harris. I mean, I like him in debates. I just find it fascinating and I find the points that he comes up with in his arguments and counter arguments. I get it. I'm the same way, and I'm just thinking more so. I mean, well, not more so. I've in my mind, I've made the determination that for the majority of people, for most people, or for more than not, let's say, it seems to be a better way to have a conversation, and that the person doesn't get defensive, and those defenses don't go up, and they don't get more rigid in their belief, which is the opposite what we want, because there's something well studied called the backfire effect, where you really try to challenge someone's belief, and you really go after their belief. And the backfire effect, which has been well studied, is by the end of the conversation, not only has their belief not changed, but they've become more rigid about their belief and more entrenched in their belief, and sort of kind of defeats the purpose of having the conversation. And that's not saying for you. I'm just saying for
something like that
a
just
lot of
happened to me
people.
last night. Some guy didn't want to talk to me anymore because I can come off as like an asshole. And one of the reasons why, just personally, is because like sometimes when I'm trying to get to a point, I hate long-winded answers, and I'm like, oh God, just hurry up, just answer the question. And so, yeah, it didn't turn out to. At the end of the day, he's like, I don't even want to talk to you. So I was basically,
You're
Yeah.
talking about Mohammed, Mike? Oh, he got a phone call. I wanted to say, well, it was actually a response to Mike. Maybe I'll wait. I want to get his feedback.
I wanted to just say that you guys are working on some method, right? I think Anthony mentioned that they want to use it for like human resources, and I mean, just take it outside of the atheist-theist more or less debate, and give it more practical uses. I think in terms of what
Yeah.
Leela was.
Yeah, it seems like corporations are actually maybe showing some interest, more so like in other countries like Australia. I think they want to know how we're doing this, and thinking that maybe it could help. I'm not really sure up on this, but how it could help them make better decisions in business and stuff.
I'll share what I was going to say. So, um, I understand what Mike is saying, and I would say that I am a lot like Mike as well. But I also understand that not everybody is equipped to do that or has that type of personality. So somebody like Mr. Biscuit and Faisal, which Mike mentioned, both of those guys I would consider to be like, intellectuals. They've gone deep into philosophy, and they studied and read so many books, and they actually like that back and forth.
Yeah.
But not everyone has that background, and a lot of times some people are not even trying to have a conversation about their beliefs necessarily, but when you approach them the way that Anthony or Reed approaches them, it really does open up more doors to approach them this way. So I remembered David and I actually had an SE session where me and him went one on one with him asking me questions about a claim I have. Um, and excuse me, during the feedback session, I told Dave, Dave, I wish you would have challenged me more. And but it kind of goes to what Mike was saying, right? Like I'm that kind of person myself.
Yeah.
But SE is not about that. That's not what it's about. And so I totally understand what Mike is saying. It really is for a different type of people, for a different group, and I would even say for a wider group, because not everybody's gonna be a Mr. Biscuit or Faisal.
But also, presumably, this is an atheist group. If you were incorrect about your own belief, I would imagine most of you here would want to know it yourself. You would want to know it. if your belief was incorrect. And it's a way to explore that question together. And I get wanting to, score points and things like that. But there's another goal to wanting to know what is true and also being willing to revise your own beliefs if they need to be revised or if they need to be changed. And I just want to believe in some true things. And I don't really, if it's atheism, I would like atheist principles. I would like to believe that. If it's not, then I'll believe something else. That's how I kind of see it. What do you think?
I'm going to interrupt real fast. Sorry. I'm just going to let everybody know that the room is going to remain open. So keep talking amongst yourselves. I am going to step away and have a meeting with next week's guest, Michael Mead, our street epistemology friend from Australia. So, like I said, keep talking. I'm gonna step away, and hopefully, I'll be back in a little bit. But thanks again, everybody, for being here. Hopefully, we'll see you all next week.
And ask him about the corporate SE that he does, because he does that.
Okay, yeah. Well, if you're here next week, you can
right.
talk to him about that too. So
yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you in a bit.
Mark, I was gonna just say that Mr. Biscuit threw a wrench in that earlier because he didn't really have.
Yeah, I got
he
that.
believed something because of the pragmatic part of it.
Yeah.
It was kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
But
I wondered, is that the first time you heard him say that?
it's the first time I've heard him say that. It's not the first time that I've heard other people take that approach. A very popular one is Jordan Peterson, where he says that he acts as if God is real. He acts as if God is real. And the rest is what Mr. Biscuit explained. Like there's a lot of benefits from just simply believing or belonging to the group. And after you have the belief, everything kind of falls into place.
Right. And it took me a while to understand where he was coming from, because that's the first time I've heard him speak. But I got that. And it's just, but by the end, I thought I got a much clearer understanding of his epistemology, which was cool. And then if I talked to him again, I would pick it up where we left off. And it's just a different way of having a conversation. But I get it. He was on fire, and he was ready to go toe to toe, point to point.
For sure. I am going to. I need to actually be in that meeting along with David, but I will be back in a little while.
Well, I'm gonna probably be taking off pretty soon too. So I really appreciate this, guys. This is a lot of fun, and gosh, we've been on here for a long time, and hopefully I explained myself well. And I really, it just, if you just, all you do is check out a video or two, not necessarily even from me, just from Reed or Anthony, but there's also tons of other people who produce content, and everybody has their own style of doing it. So definitely see more than one person, and see
What's
if it
your
resonates with
podcast?
you. It's a podcast called Being Reasonable, but it's now a YouTube channel, which I'm trying to switch over to YouTube. And it's these conversations can be long and they can be involved, and but it's the kind of conversation I would have in real life with somebody, I think, if I was trying to really understand where they're coming from with their beliefs.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mark. So yeah, check out his podcast, Being Reasonable, on YouTube.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
For yeah, and thank you for coming around. We'll hope to see you here again.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Thank you. Give me a second. Thank you, Mark. It's been a great afternoon. It's
last time for the twins, so I apologize.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mark. Really appreciate this. We had a really great afternoon, and we'll be following you on social media. Hopefully, see you soon back on Clubhouse.
Yeah, definitely. And if you guys happen to know somebody who would like a claim talked about, I'm always looking for someone to talk about, a claim to talk about. And that's the hardest part of my show, is finding people to discuss claims, publicly. So
Yeah.
thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
Is there a specific kind of claims that you find more juicy than others, or just take any sort of claim?
Any claim. And you can check out my show. I've talked about everything under the sun, from someone's passionate belief in dragons to for some reason I live in a area of the country where every other person practices Reiki. And so I talked to a lot of people who've had those beliefs. I've talked to religious beliefs. I've talked to atheists. And I've talked just everything, truly, any belief.
Have you ever questioned your, like, I don't know, street epistemologists' beliefs?
Yeah, we do that for fun. We've had street epistemology review sessions that you can see on YouTube, like for me, for example, and Reed and Anthony and other people like Nathan and Dolly and Michael Mead. We could sit around and use SE to question SE, for lack of a better word, to try to figure out if it was false, how we could figure out this technique wasn't working, or if it wasn't a way to do this, how we could find that out. And we do discuss that, because if this isn't something that works, if this isn't a way to have a conversation to discuss beliefs and how they should change, if they should change, I'd like to know it, and I wouldn't waste my time doing it. I'd like to do something else.
Yeah, I would like to question you.
Well, okay. I don't have too much time, but is there definitely, if there's a main reason why what you'd like to know about it, I'd be more than happy to do my best.
Yeah, me and Early, one time we talk about like street epistemology. He was telling me about like his idea of how to change it. And when you mentioned that you would like to know if this works, right? Something came to my mind. So, how would you know if it works or not? Like, what will be the way to know if it's working or not?
Yeah. So, there are the way to know that there are, I guess you would call it anecdotal evidence, but there is an abundance of anecdotal evidence if you look at the videos, you look at or listen to the podcasts. You will see people who, by the end, in the beginning, people ask on a scale from 1 to 10 or 1 to 7 or whatever your scale is, how confident that your belief is true. And I also asked the other question of how important is it that you believe in true things. We ask these questions at the beginning for a few reasons, but one is a baseline. And then at the end of the conversation, the confidence level and the belief changes, and it could move up or down. Well, something has happened. They started at a 7 and now they're at a 6. There is your data point.
Got it. I did hear that today in a video that Alfonso was playing, and those precise questions. Oh yes. And so, what do you do with that data?
Well, right. That's part of what we're doing now. We're standardizing the course, and there has been talks of trying to objectively study this as a thing. But we're at the beginning we've just started doing this, and we're going to get the data. And right now we have an abundance of anecdotal data, but we don't have an objective double-blind study that compares it to another technique, say persuasion or something else.
Got it. And let's say that you have like let's say you do a double blind, right? I don't know if you're doing this, but let's say you do a double blind, and then you have data, and then on one side you say you're asking from 1 to 10, I believe.
Sure,
is that
any
right?
scale.
Okay, so let's say that it comes down 2 points or something like that. Does that tell you that it's working, or does that tell you? I mean, does it tell you there is a better way, or what does it tell you?
Yeah, so that would be the dependent measure. I mean, that would be one. I mean, right now, well, not for a study. I'm talking about anecdotal evidence now. I mean, we're using a baseline, and then we're using a post. You could ask whether their belief is, you have more confidence or less confidence in their belief, and then see if the numbers change. Now, if we're doing this with a study, an objective study, well, we'd have to talk about how to best design that study. And I think you're asking me what the dependent measure is for that, like how you would measure what's occurring, what you think is occurring, like how we operationally define success. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just asking, like, I mean, once you have the data, well, like, it seems to me that it will be hard to interpret. So I was just wondering if you have like to the data that you described to me, it's hard to interpret. But so I was asking, like, how would you interpret it?
How do we interpret it? Maybe I just not understanding the question. Like how we would. So if someone had a less confident belief, how would I interpret that?
So let me ask you this question first. So does the confidence, like, would you say that you have a conversation with someone and their confidence go down? Is that like a good thing, or is that a bad thing, or how is this measurement?
I want somebody to become more confident in the belief if that belief is true. And I would like someone to become less confident in the belief if that belief happens not to be objectively true. And I'm not saying I have the answer to that, but that's part of the SC experience. I might not have the answer, but I'd like to know how they form their beliefs, and I'd like to go through that with them. And if their belief should be more confident based on how they form their beliefs, I'd like to get them there.
Got it. But I mean, you still will measure it against what you believe is true, right?
Nope. What I believe is irrelevant.
Well,
what I believe.
So then when you say, like, I would like to get them more confident if what they believe is true, but how do you know if what they believe is true?
Right. I might not know. And that's why we perform a street epistemology. That's the technique. We talk about how they form their beliefs. And that's why the belief itself is not so important. And we talk about how they form their beliefs, the method they're using. Because if someone uses a not so great method to form one belief, they're probably using a not so great method to form a whole bunch of beliefs. And it's a journey. I'm going on this collaborative journey with them to see if we can better understand, better come to a conclusion whether their belief is likely to be true or not likely to be true, and adjust our confidence accordingly.
Yes, I understand that, but so for example, let's say I have a belief, right, and my confidence went down. Was that a good thing? I mean, you need to say, well, if your belief is true, it was a good thing, but if your belief is false, then sorry, if your belief is true, is a bad thing, but if your belief is false, it was a good thing that your confidence went down. But the thing is that you don't know if it's true or false. So therefore, your data point, the data point you're taking, I just feel like you cannot interpret it, right? Unless you have like, well, we believe it's true, and then from this we go, okay.
Yeah. And like I said, that's right. And I'm the first one to tell you this is anecdotal information. And right, to say what you're saying is that you're judging success by someone becomes more confident in an objectively true belief, or less confident in an objectively true belief that's not true. And that involves someone making a definitive statement whether something is objectively true or not. I get that.
Can I chime in here?
What's that? Hello?
Can I comment?
Please.
Okay, I've been listening to the conversation between Mark and Carlos. It's fascinating, and it's a very difficult problem. My opinion is we cannot know if something is true or not until in hindsight. We cannot know beforehand. After it's all over, in retrospect, we can confidently declare that it is true or not true. But while in the process of discovering what is true or not, in my opinion, it's very difficult and impossible to know if it is true or not in the moment.
Thank you. And I've heard truth described that way many times. And truth can have different definitions of it. In my mind, when I'm talking to white interlocutors, I think of something that is true. It's information that's factually correct, and it has no bearing about what I think about
it. So something
my
that was
belief
brought
about
up,
it is irrelevant.
Something that was brought up, a couple of times in this room, in the Street Epistemology rooms, is we like to think of it as a journey that we're taking on together, right? Rather than me trying to prove things. And so it's learning from each other and helping someone to think critically, to find flaws in their thinking, but not by pointing them out, but by taking this journey of knowledge and letting go of the ego, perhaps, right? Letting go of that reactive mind that is telling you that is wrong, that's not right. You're trying to be an invisible master, I guess. I like to think when you have amazing truths to share with the world, there has to come a point where people have to let go of you and become independent and so it's not the forces that are acting aren't you, but rather perhaps some self-evident truths of humanity or whatever you want to call them.
And if there's a better way, and thanks for that, and if there's a better way to have these conversations, I mean, I really like to know it. I mean, I would have them in that way. I really would. If there's a better way to talk about these kinds of things and to help people show themselves their belief, the confidence in their beliefs should be raised up or down if they need to be. I'm open. I want to know it. And we'll call it something else, and we'll do that.
Yeah. I need to step out for a little bit. Are you sticking around still, Mark? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna take off, guys. I really appreciate it. You guys are like awesome. This is one sharp room. I mean, it just keeps me on my toes. I love it.
And there you have it. Thanks again to Mark Solomon, Alfonso, Early, and Reed for hanging out. Stay tuned for more of these podcasts of special guests
in our clubhouse room, one-on-one interviews, and maybe a little bit of music. Also, make sure you catch the survey series that Rupert Wild and I are creating, going through the Street Epistemology survey. And until next time, keep asking questions.